Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Black Clover, The Ordinary Spark Knight. Part 1. Clover Kingdom, the border town of Haji Village. In March, the annual Grimoire awarding ceremony began. A group of 15-year-old youths gathered at the Grimoire Tower. For them, today was a momentous day. In this world of magic, everyone can use magic. A grimoire can enhance their magical power, and it also signifies that they have become independent mages from that point forward. Inside the Grimoire Tower, Mika looked at the exceptionally excited youths around him, his mind momentarily dazed. He came from Blue Star. His usual interests were reading novels and watching anime, and he had once fantasized about transmigrating to these bizarre worlds to stir up trouble and command the winds and clouds. He hadn't expected that a week ago, his soul would truly transmigrate into this world of magic. He discovered, to his chagrin, that although he was exceptionally gifted and possessed magical power far exceeding that of ordinary people, the flame magic he could use was pathetically weak. When he cast the powerful fireball spell, only a single, dim spark would drift out. The magic levels in this world are divided from the 9th domain to the 0 domain, with 0 being the highest and 9th the lowest. Legend has it that above the 0 domain, there is even a divine domain. The power of the spark Mika released couldn't even reach the lowest 9th domain, it was barely enough to start a fire for cooking. After his parents were brutally murdered 5 years ago by the Black Heart bandit group that raided the village, he became an orphan. Because his previous self had poor magical talent and was an orphan, he was frequently mocked by the townspeople. When Mika first transmigrated, he discovered a giant skeleton of a demon god on the south side of the village. Especially when he saw that on top of the skeleton stood a statue of the first wizard king holding a 4-leaf clover grimoire. Mika just wanted to say, "I'm screwed." However, since his previous self often went to the church to play, he was quite familiar with the children there. There were two youths in the church around Mika's age, namely Asta and Yuno. Because Asta had no magic power and couldn't use magic, and Mika's magic power was nearly non-existent. The two often played together, and Mika followed Asta in his physical training. Ding! Successfully activated the Wizard King cultivation system. Personal template activated. Personal talent, ever-changing, activated. Obtained newbie gift pack 1 god level attribute card. Mission issued. Obtain your own grimoire and shout loudly, "I want to become the Wizard King." Sounds suddenly began to chime continuously in Mika's mind. System. Mika was stunned for a moment. He immediately opened the system to check the prompts and viewed his personal template. Total magic power. First domain level. Magic attack. 9th domain level, flame magic attack. 9th domain level. Magic defense. 8th domain level, flame magic defense. 8th domain level. Magic control. 7th domain level. Magic recovery. 9th domain level. Items. God level attribute card *1. Ever changing, personal talent. Cast magic will appear in its most basic magical form, masking the magical aura contained within. Only at the moment of impact will the magic's true form and power be revealed. God level attribute card. Elevates any attribute to the divine domain level. After understanding the system information, Mika's expression began to relax. The 0 domain level here is the strength of a magic knight's captain, while the divine domain level only exists in legends. Mika directly clicked on magic recovery. The speed of magic recovery directly affects the rhythm of battle. Mika believed that a continuous recovery of magic power was equivalent to an endless supply of backup resources. With grain in hand, the heart doesn't panic, a real man has to be durable. Mika was lamenting the great ups and downs of life. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and a group of people was seen flooding in. Mika focused his gaze. It turned out that Asta and Yuno from the church had also come to participate in the grimoire awarding ceremony. Yuno stood in the crowd with a calm face, unhurried and seemingly full of confidence. In contrast, Asta's fists were tightly clenched, and his hands were trembling slightly. It was no wonder Asta was so excited. After all, in this magical world, he was a freak with no magic power. At that moment, two piercing voices were heard. Someone with no magic power who can't use magic is actually that excited. Does he still fantasize about taking the Magic Knight's entrance exam in half a year? Exactly, exactly. Only royals and nobles with naturally high magic power can pass the Knight Order's exam. It seems we're the only ones who can become true Magic Knights. Mika turned his head and found that the two speakers were noble children from the town. Relying on their noble status, they often mocked and ridiculed the townspeople. Mika's previous self had also been bullied by them quite often. The two noble children noticed Mika looking at them. The best man among them sneered at Mika. What are you looking at, you guy who can only use a spark magic? Hearing the familiar provocation, Mika immediately got fired up and retorted without showing weakness, what if I am looking at you? Best man clearly hadn't expected Mika to dare talk back. He walked toward Mika in a rage, shouting, try looking again. Try me then. Since things had reached this point, Mika didn't back down and simply decided to face him head on. Just as the atmosphere became tense and a fight was about to break out, a magic carpet slowly descended from the top of the tower. On the carpet stood a white-bearded old man wearing a magic cloak. It was the master of the Grimoire Tower appearing. The Grimoire awarding ceremony was about to officially begin. Mika and the noble children exchanged glances, their eyes signaling an agreement to settle their score after the ceremony. The tower master scanned the crowd below, his gaze lingering a bit longer on Mika and the noble children. Meeting the fervent gazes of the 15-year-old youths, the tower master slowly said, welcome, all recipients. Today, you will be granted honesty, hope, and love as you move forward on your own paths. I am the master of this Grimoire Tower. The Tower Master sighed and continued, unfortunately, among those who have left this place, let alone a Wizard King, there hasn't even been anyone who achieved much in the Magic Knights. Then, the Tower Master's tone became stirring. I sincerely pray that one of you can become the Wizard King. Now, Grimoires, awarded. As his voice fell, the grimoires on the shelves around the magic tower began to flutter and float into the air. All sorts of grimoires, enveloped in magic power of various attributes, flew toward their respective masters. A moment later, basically everyone had obtained their own grimoire. The noble duo was also particularly happy upon receiving their grimoires. They then shouted loudly, in half a year, we will head to the royal capital to participate in the Magic Knights entrance exam and become true Magic Knights. The surrounding youths let out cries of surprise, and the duo was very satisfied with the reaction. The two then approached Mika. The man wearing a short cloak looked at Mika with ill intent and sneered, come, let this noble see what kind of grimoire our great spark flame mage has obtained. Best man looked at Mika's empty hands, brandished the grimoire in his own hand, and continued to mock, let's see if I can beat you a little more gently later. Oh my, empty-handed. You didn't fail to get a grimoire, did you? Ha 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 ha. Hearing the noble duo's words, the surrounding youths looked at Mika's empty hands with a hint of pity in their eyes. It seemed Mika was going to get beaten up again. Mika ignored the provocations from the duo and kept looking to his front right. That was where Asta was. It seemed Asta still hadn't gained the favor of a grimoire or obtained one of his own. Seeing that Mika was ignoring them and staring to the front right, the noble duo looked over as well. They only heard Asta's honest yet somewhat anxious voice. Why isn't a grimoire coming to me? Hearing Asta's voice, the people around them suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in Asta's direction. They saw Asta kneeling on one knee with his hands open, yet there was nothing in them. At that moment, a red four-leaf clover grimoire slowly descended and was caught steadily in someone's hands. Mika gripped the red four-leaf clover grimoire in his hands and continued to look toward Asta. The magic tower master stroked his beard and said to Asta with a helpless look, how about you try again next year? Ha ha ha, this is just too funny. Everyone burst out laughing in mockery. I heard there's another person who often hangs out with him whose magic power is also very low, only able to produce a tiny spark. I wonder if that person got a grimoire. Mika suddenly heard someone mention him, but before he could react, the grimoire in his hands flared with a brilliant red light, drawing everyone's attention. Mika held the four-leaf clover grimoire high and shouted to the sky, I will become the Magic Emperor. Ding. Quest. Obtain your own grimoire and shout, I will become the Magic Emperor, out loud. Quest complete. Quest completion reward. 1 lottery chance. Ding. Fire magic has entered the 4-leaf clover grimoire. The host's strength has increased to the 8 domains. Seeing the 4-leaf clover symbol on the cover of Mika's grimoire, the crowd suddenly erupted. Legend says that luck resides within the 4th leaf of the clover. The first wizard king defeated the demon god using a 4-leaf clover grimoire. Seeing the grimoire in Mika's hands, the noble duo's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Best man clenched his fist and suddenly pointed a finger at Mika, shouting loudly, impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a pure-blooded noble, how could I be inferior to a lowlife like you? Before his words could fade, Yuno's grimoire also emitted light, attracting the crowd's attention. It turned out Yuno's grimoire was also the same 4-leaf clover model as the first Wizard King's. Best man's words stopped abruptly, but his jealous expression fully revealed his inner discontent. The noble duo huddled together, whispering and glancing at Mika and Yuno. Clearly, they were up to no good. The Magic Tower Master stroked his beard, his tone excited. I am very glad to see 2 outstanding young men this year. I hope to see them in the Magic Knight's entrance exam in half a year. Now, the grimoire awarding ceremony is concluded. Everyone left as Mika began to check his new rewards. 1 lottery chance and a 1-day trial card for God-level perception. Ding. Magic perception attribute slot opened. Lottery. 3 light spheres appeared in Mika's mind. They looked identical on the outside, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Seeing that he couldn't figure anything out, he simply picked one at random. Ding. Lottery chance used. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Skill, Lingxi Finger. Skill, Lingxi Finger. Only magic cast with the right hand carries Lingxi power, which can enhance the power of magic by 1 domain. God-level perception allows for accurate perception of the opponent's position and movement trajectory. The next attack is guaranteed to hit. Just as Mika snapped out of the system, his God-level perception felt a cold gaze directed at the grimoire in his hand. When he turned to look around, he only saw the back of a man in a red cloak disappearing into the crowd. Mika shook his head, thinking he was just tired after the ceremony and seeing things. Just as he was about to head back, he found a figure blocking his path, preventing him from passing. Mika looked up to see who was so blind as to block him and delay his return home for a rest. The person meeting his gaze was none other than Best Man from the noble duo. Best Man's bloodshot eyes stared intently at the 4-leaf clover grimoire at Mika's waist. Meanwhile, the grimoire in his own left hand was already open, its pages flipping continuously. He was clearly ready to strike. Best Man said viciously, a lowly commoner actually got a 4-leaf clover grimoire. There must be some mistake. Let me teach you a good lesson. Ding. Quest issued. First magic battle. Defeat Best Man. Other youngsters who hadn't left yet heard Best Man's words and couldn't help but gather around to watch the commotion. After everyone quickly formed a large circle around Mika and Best Man, they began to predict the outcome. Does the outcome even need to be guessed? Mika is definitely going to lose. But Mika got a 4-leaf clover grimoire just like the Magic Emperor. But he only knows spark magic, and the most basic kind at that. Exactly. He just got his grimoire, how could his strength improve so quickly? The sound of the crowd's discussion reached Best Man's ears, and his face began to fill with smugness. Staring at Best Man's smug face, Mika didn't waste any more words. A small, dim spark condensed in Mika's right hand. It flickered as if it would go out at any moment. The watching youngsters burst into laughter when they saw the tiny spark in Mika's hand. His strength is as consistently stable as ever. That spark is about to go out. It's not even as bright as the oil lamp in my house. I actually thought he might win just because of the 4-leaf clover grimoire. Win what? He's the famous spark using fire mage. Looking at the small spark in Mika's hand, Best Man couldn't help but grin and laugh loudly. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. A tiny spark. As expected, a lowlife is a lowlife. Even with a 4-leaf clover grimoire, you're still trash. And you still dream of becoming the Magic Emperor. Come, great spark magic emperor, let me see what you're made of. Water creation magic. Water ball impact. The grimoire in Best Man's hand stopped flipping, and a surge of magic energy poured out from the book. A water ball about half a meter in diameter formed in the air, swaying up and down with the movement of Best Man's right hand. Feeling the magic within the water ball, the youngsters had expressions of envy. A noble is a noble, his talent is indeed impressive. This magic's power is almost at the early stage of the 8 domains. Exactly. With this level of magic power, it's definitely at the 8 domains level. Doesn't that mean he's just one step away from the 7th realm requirement of the Knight Order? Poor Mika. If he takes a hit from that, he'll be stuck in bed for at least 3 days. As the water ball was about to hit his face, the suffocating sensation of surging water elements rushed toward him. Mika quietly watched the water ball in Best Man's hand without moving, and his grimoire wasn't summoned either. Best Man grinned and laughed exceptionally happily. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I bet you've never seen such a large water ball before. You're so scared you don't even know how to summon your grimoire. Then, Best Man threw the water ball at Mika. The half-meter water ball smashed straight toward Mika's face. The young onlookers all thought Mika was paralyzed with fear, not even knowing to dodge. Just then, Mika's right middle finger curled under his thumb, a wisp of a small spark ready to go. His middle finger flicked, and the small spark set off. Lingxi finger. Best Man looked at the flickering small spark in his own half-meter water ball, unable to stop mocking Mika. Watch how my water ball extinguishes your little spark, then gives you a free face wash. The swaying small spark collided with the surging water ball. The expected extinguishment didn't happen. The small spark burst into a blinding light, instantly transforming into an iris fire shield with high-rising flames that blocked all of the surging water ball. Flame creation magic, iris fire shield. The collision of water and fire instantly generated a lot of mist. White mist filled the space between Mika and Best Man, making both of their figures somewhat blurry. The crowd of onlookers grew restless. An unexpected situation had occurred. Am I seeing things? A spark turned into a fire shield. Mika actually blocked the water ball attack. He didn't even summon his grimoire. Best Man obviously hadn't expected such a turn of events. He didn't believe that Mika, an inferior person, had actually turned the tables. As a noble, he quickly calmed down, intending to release magic again. Mika didn't plan to just take hits passively, he intended to show off a little. To let all these people know. I, Mika, am not a spark flame mage. Mika still didn't summon his grimoire. 3 wisps of small sparks appeared directly in his right palm. As his fingers shifted back and forth, the 3 sparks also constantly swapped positions within his palm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Mika flicked the 3 sparks out one by one toward Best Man. The sparks were still flickering and swaying. Best Man naturally refused to believe Mika had turned his life around, but after what just happened, he didn't dare to simply ignore these 3 sparks. Best Man's grimoire began to flip, and dense water elements continuously gathered on it. Water creation magic, water wall. A transparent water wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the distance between Best Man and the 3 sparks. Once the water wall appeared, Best Man's expression relaxed significantly. He wanted to see what other tricks Mika could pull. The young onlookers were also looking forward to what kind of intense collision would occur between the 3 sparks and the water wall. Could it be that Mika had truly risen from a nobody to a phoenix because of the 4-leaf clover grimoire? The first spark flew straight into the water wall. Without a sound or a ripple, it was instantly extinguished. Best Man laughed. This was more like it. Mika remained expressionless, not saying a word. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. Was that just an accident earlier? Next, the second spark also hit the water wall. Still silent and ripple-less, it was also extinguished by the water wall. Best Man felt relieved. It was an accident after all. Mika could still only cast spark magics. Mika remained expressionless, not saying a word. Seeing Mika's serious expression, the surrounding youths couldn't help but whisper among themselves. I thought Mika could soar against the wind this time, but he only flew 2 meters. Look how happy Vest Man is laughing. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Mika. Yeah, look at his serious face. He probably can't take such a big blow. Finally, the third spark was about to hit the water wall. But at this point, no one cared about that spark anymore. The result would surely be the same as before. Except for Mika. The moment the third spark collided with the water wall, it burst into a blinding light and rapidly transformed into a spiraling flame spear, continuously stabbing at the water wall. The tip of the flame spear spun relentlessly against the water wall's surface. The collision created ripples of water that spread outward, making a sizzling sound. The change on the field caught the attention of Vest Man and the onlookers. A smile also tugged at the corner of Mika's mouth. Seeing his water wall magic become somewhat illusory due to the flame spear's piercing rotation, Vest Man's expression suddenly turned grave. Gasps of surprise kept coming from the crowd watching the commotion. The spark turned into a flame spear again. It seems Mika really is different now. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy Mika with thick eyebrows and big eyes to play tricks too. Vest Man's face is starting to change. He probably won't be able to hold on. Hearing the ridicule from the people around him, Vest Man grew even more furious. He added another water wall spell, continuing to block the space between himself and the flame spear. Seeing Vest Man's move, Mika didn't rush to stop him. Instead, he flicked another 3 sparks from his right hand toward Vest Man. Riichi finger. The moment the 3 sparks hit the first water wall, they all transformed into flame spears. Including the previous one, a total of 4 flame spears stabbed into the water wall together. The first water wall was shattered in a single encounter. The second water wall also only lasted 3 seconds before it was breached. The 4 flame spears continued to lunge at Vest Man, their piercing power pinning him firmly to the wall of the magic tower. Since they were inside the magic tower, Mika didn't go too far. He only let the flames burn off all of Vest Man's blonde hair before letting him down. The onlookers all marveled at Mika's rise, noting how different he had become. By the way, Mika's magic power isn't low at all. He's at least at the 8 domains level now. Who cares about his strength now? Haven't you noticed his mana is a bit incredible? Exactly. Casting 4 or 5 spells in a row, even a 7th realm expert couldn't handle that. Listening to their discussion, Mika silently replied, but my mana recovery ability is at the god domain level. My mana recovery is faster than I can consume it. Vest Man never expected to be so humiliated by Mika one day, not only pinned to a wall but also having his blonde hair burned clean off. Looking at Mika's back, he grew angrier the more he thought about it, wondering how to get his revenge. A deep surge of mana suddenly erupted from within Vest Man, and dense water elements continuously surged toward him. The onlookers, eyes all gathered on Vest Man, finding that his mana aura had actually changed. Vest Man had actually advanced to the 7th realm. Feeling the surging mana within him and recalling the humiliation Mika dealt him, Vest Man felt a surge of malice. Looking at Mika's back, he summoned his grimoire once again. Water creation magic, water rapid bullets. 5 water balls appeared in succession, smashing toward Mika under Vest Man's control. Everyone watching could feel the strong wind brought by the water balls flying past them. Mika is in trouble now. I didn't expect Vest Man to be so shameless as to launch a sneak attack from behind. Mika looked back at the water ball smashing down from above, controlling the iris fire shield to protect himself. He also summoned his grimoire, letting it float before him, while his right hand pinched another little spark, ready at any moment. The water balls collided with the iris fire shield one after another, and the mist grew thicker and thicker. Bang! 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 4 consecutive water ball impacts failed to break the iris fire shield. They all turned into water mist. The surrounding youths saw that such a fierce collision hadn't broken the shield, and the way they looked at Mika changed. This iris fire shield isn't quite right. Exactly, its defensive power is way too high. Mika is the best. Crack. Under the influence of Riichi finger, the iris fire shield, enhanced to the 7th realm, held firm until the very last water ball before being completely destroyed. That half-meter diameter water ball had also been worn down to the size of a tennis ball. Mika's right hand's little spark transformed into a flaming tennis racket, and he swung it with all his might. When the remaining water ball made contact with the flaming mesh, it made a sizzle sound. In the next second, it was swatted toward Vest Man. Due to the collision between the water balls and the iris fire shield, a large amount of water mist had been generated on the field. One couldn't see any figures with the naked eye. Relying on his god-level perception, Mika accurately swatted the water ball right onto Vest Man's face. Vest Man didn't expect that a small water ball would fly out of the thick fog and hit him in the face. He was careless and didn't dodge, getting his face thoroughly washed. A few youths closer to Vest Man saw this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. An aristocrat is an aristocrat, even their way of washing their face is so special, ha ha ha. It seems Mika still has some tricks up his sleeve. He can't be dealt with at all. Speaking of which, this noble kid is too watery. Even after advancing, he still can't beat Mika. No wonder he's a water attribute mage. Hearing the onlookers' words, Vest Man was filled with shame and rage. In his imagination, Mika should have been knocked to the ground by the water balls by now, unable to get up. He would have stood with his hands in his pockets, lamenting about not knowing what a real opponent was, while slowly strolling up to him. He should have struggled to crawl up and respectfully handed over the 4-leaf clover grimoire. What the hell was this iris fire shield? What was this mist? And where did this water ball come from? For a moment, Vest Man felt as if he hadn't woken up yet and had encountered something foul. A mere nobody who should have been easily dealt with was actually provoking him repeatedly. Vest Man felt his dignity as an aristocrat was being challenged and shouted in a fury, "No matter what tricks you play, I'll show you how powerful I am today." The grimoire in Vest Man's left hand flipped continuously as magic power condensed at the book. Mika perceived that powerful condensed magic and grew wary of Vest Man's next attack. 2 little sparks also condensed in his right palm as he prepared carefully. Water creation magic water wolf pounce. A water wolf, 1.5 meters tall and light blue all over, emerged from Vest Man's grimoire. The water wolf gave a light leap and landed in the center of the field. Awoo! A wolf's howl drew everyone's gaze to the water wolf on the field. What is this? Someone in the crowd asked. Such a large water wolf. Is he preparing a finishing move? With such dense magic power, this clearly isn't ordinary magic. Someone quickly enlightened him. I heard this is his family's signature magic. The water wolf it forms has incredible attack power and is very fast. Seeing that he had successfully released Water Wolf Pounce, a flash of joy crossed Vest Man's face. In the family competitions, my Water Wolf Pounce is a trump card. It has never lost to a peer. While speaking, Vest Man was already controlling the Water Wolf to launch an attack at Mika. After a few steps of run-up, the Water Wolf pushed off with its hind legs, and its entire body leapt high, pouncing toward Mika. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs, vowing to make Mika pay the price for his earlier provocation. Watching the Water Wolf pouncing toward him, Mika unhurriedly flicked a spark from his right hand with his finger. Because it was imbued with Lingxi finger, the spark flew toward the Water Wolf at extreme speed. Just as the Water Wolf was about to touch the spark transformed into a giant ring of fire, encircling the entire Water Wolf. Flame creation magic cremation. When Vest Man saw the spark turn into a ring of fire, the surging magic power on that ring shocked him. A lowly commoner actually possessed such magic power. With the magic reaching the power of the 7th realm, this was illogical. He controlled the Water Wolf to leap through the center of the fire ring and continue pouncing toward Mika. Seeing this, Mika couldn't help but roll his eyes and complain inwardly. Good grief, this is a magic duel, and you're playing circus games with me. He flicked another spark, which appeared in front of the Water Wolf and transformed into an iris fire shield, blocking the wolf's pounce. The Water Wolf's magic condensed on its right front claws, and it swung them fiercely at the iris fire shield. Crack! The iris fire shield shattered instantly, completely unable to withstand the Water Wolf's claw strike. The Water Wolf's ferocious performance made the surrounding youths' blood boil, and they couldn't help but cheer. An aristocrat is an aristocrat, their foundation is indeed deep. Poor Mika, even with a 4-leaf clover grimoire, he's still going to get beaten. The power of that fire ring was quite good, but the water wolf's speed is just too fast, it's completely useless. However, the breaking of the iris fire shield still halted the water wolf's momentum. The water wolf's figure stalled, and it planned to gather strength again to pounce at Mika. Taking advantage of the water wolf's drop in speed, Mika quickly controlled the fire ring to ensnare the wolf. Then, the fire ring shrank rapidly, binding the water wolf so tightly that it couldn't move. Best Man was still trying to control the water wolf to struggle, attempting to break through the fire ring's restraint. At that moment, the flames of the fire ring surged, and the temperature rose significantly. A look of joy appeared on Best Man's face, thinking he was about to successfully break free from the fire ring. Mika's voice came through. Give up struggling. Why do you think my magic is called cremation? I'll give you a wreath of fire. Have a safe journey. With a boom, the water wolf was seen being sliced clean in half by the fire ring, turning into a cloud of mist and a puddle on the ground. Only the fire ring remained floating in the air, as if reminiscing about the battle just now. The youths watching the spectacle stared blankly at the water stains on the ground and the fire ring in the air, feeling a chill run down their spines. Next, Mika sent a little spark toward Best Man, and the spark's speed wasn't fast. But Best Man hadn't expected that his proud water wolf pounce would be dealt with so easily. Panic filled his heart, and his feet felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. He couldn't take a single step. He could only watch helplessly as the spark drifted toward him in a wobbly manner. He couldn't understand why a spark that should have been so easy to deal with had now become so terrifying. This little spark directly set Best Man's grimoire on fire. Under the light of the burning grimoire, Best Man's terrified face looked exceptionally ridiculous. The moment the firelight vanished, through the mist, one could faintly see water dripping from between Best Man's legs. Ding! Mission. First magic battle. Defeat the Best Man. Mission completion reward. 1 lottery chance. Ding! Lottery chance used. Congratulations on obtaining the reward. Fire element seed, Undying Flame. Ding! Undying Flame merges with fire magic. Fire magic's power increases by 1 domain. Indestructible. Effect added. Indestructible. The flames of the Undying Flame can autonomously draw in surrounding mana to maintain their burning state. Undying Flame cannot be extinguished by normal means unless the caster actively withdraws the flames or a mana vacuum occurs in the vicinity. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the silence inside the magic tower. Mika was also drawn by the scream and quickly withdrew his focus from the system to see what had happened. Among the onlookers, some boys recognized the voice as the cloaked man's, coming from the square outside the magic tower. Oh no! Mika knew that the cloaked man must have gone to cause trouble for Yuno. The way he looked at him and Yuno was malicious. He was probably waiting for a chance to trip them up. Now that the Best Man was here with him, the cloaked man was bound to be over with Yuno. Mika rushed toward the square in a panic, fearing he would be too late. He wasn't worried that Yuno couldn't handle the cloaked man. After all, Yuno had the same type of grimoire as the first Wizard King. But he sensed an even more powerful mana presence on the square. There was someone else outside. Mika thought of that feeling of being watched from earlier. Feeling uneasy, he quickly ran toward the square. Just as he was about to burst through the doors of the Grimoire Tower, the scene on the square outside made his heart tremble. He saw that not only was the cloaked man's face bruised and swollen, but his right arm was clearly broken, hanging limply at his side. Furthermore, he was tightly bound by a chain 3 fingers thick and hung against the walls surrounding the square, unable to move. Yuno was also restrained by chains and couldn't move. His 4-leaf clover grimoire had been stolen. And the culprit behind all this was standing in the center of the square, flaunting Yuno's grimoire. The onlookers inside the tower were stunned by the scene. They looked at each other, none daring to step out. Mika took a deep breath and quickly rushed onto the square, supporting Yuno with his right hand as he prepared to speak. Just then, Asta descended from the sky, shouting urgently, "Stop right there." It turned out that Asta had rushed over from a distance after hearing the scream. When he saw what the man in the red cloak in the center of the square was holding, he grew even more furious. Who are you? How could you steal Yuno's grimoire? Seeing it was Asta, the man in the red cloak sneered contemptuously, me. I used to be known in the Magic Knights as chain magic, Riichi. As for why I'm taking his grimoire. A four-leaf clover grimoire can fetch a sky-high price on the black market, countless collectors are desperate for it. If I remember correctly, you're a piece of trash who doesn't even have a grimoire. You don't have a shred of value. As soon as he finished speaking, the grimoire in Riichi's hand suddenly glowed brightly. 3 or 4 chains appeared in the air, flailing about, their tips were shaped like spearheads, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 chains lunged at Asta in succession, the whistling wind from their high-speed piercing enough to make one's blood run cold. Instead of retreating, Asta charged forward toward Riichi. Relying on the physical fitness he had gained from his daily rigorous training, he perfectly evaded the chains, thrusts. Dodging and weaving, Asta broke through the chains, blockade and reached Riichi's back. With a loud shout, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward Riichi's back with all his might, determined to let Riichi feel the power of Asta's iron fist. Just as it seemed he would successfully hit Riichi, Asta's body came to a halt. Riichi's chains firmly restrained Asta, preventing him from moving another inch. Dance of the chain snake. Riichi cast his magic again. This time, the chains pierced back and forth. With his movements restricted, Asta took a solid hit. The final chain flung Asta away, and he only stopped after crashing into a tree. Asta tried to struggle to his feet, but he had been severely injured by the previous chain piercings. His trembling arms couldn't support him, so he could only lean against the tree, panting incessantly. Riichi scanned Asta from head to toe and mocked, "Trash is trash. My chains can sense the mana within people, but you don't have a single trace of mana. No wonder you didn't get a grimoire. Perhaps even your companions think you're just a fool." Asta is not a fool. Asta is my best friend, rival, Mika and Yuno said in unison. Hearing their words, Asta's whole body trembled. He didn't speak, but lowered his head deeply. Riichi turned his head toward Mika, unable to suppress the smile on his face. "So you're the owner of the other 4-leaf clover grimoire. I didn't expect that I, Riichi, would have such good luck after being expelled from the Night Order. Come, hand over the grimoire obediently to avoid physical suffering, or else you'll end up just like him." Having said that, Riichi even gave Asta a kick. Mika didn't look at Asta. Instead, he took out his own grimoire and carefully traced the 4-leaf clover on the cover. "You're the one who was staring at the grimoire in my hand back in the magic tower, aren't you? That look in your eyes was quite unpleasant. Unfortunately, you've made a wrong decision, and you will pay the price for it." Ding. Mission issued. The person from outside the town, defeat Riichi. Riichi couldn't help but snicker. "With just you. I heard all about your great name as soon as I arrived. The Spark Magic Fire Mage. Oh, I'm so scared." Mika scanned Riichi up and down with an expression of sudden realization. "Were you expelled from the Night Order because you're too effeminate? Chains, iron whips. Tilda, you really are like a toad sleeping with a frog, ugly and playing dirty." Mika's look of, "I know everything," made Riichi fly into a rage from embarrassment. Riichi's grimoire immediately lit up. "I hope your little spark magic is as tough as your mouth." Creation magic. Chain penetration. A chain 2 fingers wide flew out of the grimoire, dancing and circling in the air like a swimming dragon. Especially the spearhead at the tip of the chain, which pierced back and forth, the sound of breaking wind constant. Then, with a wave of Riichi's hand, the chain spear lunged toward Mika. If hit by that chain, one could foresee that Mika's tragic end would likely be similar to Asta's. Hearing the sound of the chain breaking the wind, Yuno's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently at Mika, "Run. He has the strength of the 7th realm. Even if you have a 4-leaf clover grimoire, you're no match for him. Run." Asta also forced himself to raise his head and look toward the center of the square, his expression urgent as if he wanted to say something. But because he was so severely injured, he couldn't make a sound. Watching the whistling chain, Mika concentrated and used his god-level perception to track the chain's trajectory. A small spark condensed in his left palm. With a slight movement of his fingers, he flicked it out. Lingxi finger. The moment he saw Mika summon the spark, Yuno couldn't help but close his eyes, unable to bear watching what would happen next. Asta, however, stared intently at Mika, as if wanting to engrave him deeply into his mind. The moment the sparks collided with the chains, they transformed into an iris fire shield, blocking the impact. How is that possible? The sparks actually turned into a fire shield. Asta exclaimed, watching the turn of events on the field. Hearing Asta's voice, Yuno quickly opened his eyes and looked over. Huh. Ah. Enhanced by undying flame, the defense of the iris fire shield had already reached the 7th realm level. The 3-finger-thick chained spearheads continuously struck the surface of the iris fire shield, the sound of the collisions echoing in the ears of everyone around. The surface of the iris fire shield shook constantly, as if it could no longer hold on. Yuno's heart suddenly leapt into his throat, and Asta began to struggle, trying to do something. In the next second, the iris fire shield cracked down the middle, and the chained spearheads struck again. Mika once again flicked a spark from his right palm forward. This time, the spark was a defense-enhanced version that fused Lingxi finger and undying flame. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid succession of metallic clashing sounds rang out. Yuno saw a giant iris fire shield block the path between himself and Mika, withstanding the chains, fierce attack like a torrential rain. The tremors generated by the impact even made Yuno mistakenly believe the earth was shaking. The moment Riichi saw the chains fail to break the iris fire shield, he controlled them to bypass the shield and continue piercing toward Mika. Although he was very curious about how the spark technique Mika used had turned into an iris fire shield. As a former member of the Magic Knights, Riichi still possessed battle intuition. He believed that once he dealt with Mika, there would be plenty of time to satisfy his curiosity. Clang, 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 clang. Another rapid series of impacts followed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A strange sound rang out. It turned out that Riichi's chains were unable to break through the iris fire shield's defense. Instead, the chain spearheads could not withstand the high temperature and were liquefying into molten iron, dripping onto the ground. Riichi hadn't expected that despite his constant manipulation of the chains to bypass the iris fire shield, he would fail until the very tips of the chains were burned away. Relying on his god-level perception, Mika perfectly predicted the attack trajectories of the chains and blocked every single one. Ultimately, by relying on the iris fire shield, Mika withstood Riichi's first wave of offense. Yuno hadn't expected his emotions to go through such extreme ups and downs in such a short time. Riichi also hadn't expected to suffer a setback at the hands of a boy who had only just received his grimoire. A sense of humiliation began to spread through his heart. Especially when he saw Mika's unhurried expression, he felt as if he was being looked down upon. Riichi let the grimoire in his hand float before him, and the book erupted with a dazzling light as a massive amount of mana poured out. Creation magic, magic binding iron chain array. Dozens of chains burst out from behind Riichi, piercing toward Mika and the others. The moment Mika saw the chains, he concentrated his mind to perceive their movement trajectories. He tried his best to continue defending against Riichi's next attack. Wait. This movement trajectory is wrong, the direction is off. After sensing something was wrong, Mika looked toward the point of deviation. It was the immobilized Asta. Mika's heart skipped a beat, and he placed the iris fire shield in front of Yuno. In the next second, he had already rushed toward Asta, attempting to block the piercing chains with his own body. Mika hadn't expected Riichi to be so insidious as to attack Asta. He only had enough time to flick a small spark with his left hand, transforming it into an iris fire shield in front of himself and Asta. An iris fire shield without the enhancement of Lingxi finger was completely unable to withstand the impact of the chains. The iris fire shield shattered, and the chains appeared before Mika's eyes like black snakes flicking their tongues. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of the chains piercing through rang out in succession. The instantaneous pain caused Mika's features to contort, and he almost dropped the grimoire in his hand. The impact of the piercing chains knocked Mika back toward Asta. The moment before the two were about to collide, a chain tightly bound Mika. Seeing Mika suffer such a serious injury because of him, the fire of anger in Asta's heart exploded manifold. Seeing that everyone had been subdued, Riichi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The lucky four-leaf clover, it seems the goddess of luck still favors me. Spark Mage, though you have many tricks, in the end, I was the superior strategist. Before he could finish his sentence, Riichi's face suddenly turned very ugly. Bang! The chains restraining Mika shattered. It turned out that Riichi's chains could sense and restrict the mana of the person they bound. However, he never expected this. Mika was just a newcomer who had just received his grimoire, yet his body contained mana at the level of a vice-captain of the Magic Knights. Perhaps even more. Sensing that it was being restricted by someone else's power, the mana inside Mika's body spontaneously formed a layer of mana protection on his skin. Under the explosion of mana, the chains binding Mika were instantly torn to shreds. At that moment, the sky suddenly grew dark, and an oppressive atmosphere began to permeate the air. A black grimoire appeared out of thin air in front of Asta. This was the grimoire that belonged exclusively to him. After seeing that both Asta and Yuno were fine, Mika turned and continued walking toward Riichi. Step 1. Mika's grimoire lit up, its red glow as dazzling and vivid as blood. Step 2. A semicircular mana shield rose around Mika, radiating a dense aura of mana. Step 3. Mika condensed 3 small sparks in his right hand. Under the dim sky, the sparks in Mika's right hand appeared exceptionally bright. Riichi was about to say something, but seeing Mika's fierce gaze, his heart trembled, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Dance of the Chain Snake. A long chain burst from the grimoire in Riichi's right hand, as thick as a water bucket, circling and moving through the air like a python. Riichi manipulated the python-like chain to charge straight at Mika, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Seeing this, Asta quickly tried to communicate with his grimoire to see if there was a way to respond. A black and red light flashed, and a heavy sword appeared in Asta's hand. It was the Demon Slayer's sword, capable of nullifying magic. Before Asta could swing the heavy sword, Mika had already flicked the sparks in his hand toward Riichi. Flame Creation Magic, Flame Furnace. The moment the sparks collided with the chains, they transformed into a giant flame furnace. The python-like chains passed through the mouth of the furnace, all of them rushing into the flame furnace. 2 more sparks followed them inside. Then the mouth of the furnace slammed shut, the flames around the furnace surged, and the surrounding temperature rose significantly. A series of crackling sounds came from the furnace floating in the air, and its body vibrated incessantly. Riichi continuously manipulated the chains, hoping to break open the furnace. As the vibrations of the furnace grew weaker, his face became increasingly pale. Riichi had used his absolute trump card. This was a genuine 6th realm spell. And yet, he could no longer feel his own magic. At that moment, the furnace began to spin, its mouth aiming directly at Riichi from midair. In the next second, the furnace door swung wide open. A fire snake as thick as a water bucket burst out of the furnace, lunging at Riichi with its jaws wide open. Riichi sent a chain from behind him to meet the incoming fire snake. The moment they collided, the chain shattered. The fire snake slammed squarely into Riichi, coiling tightly around him as flames erupted. The fire burned for a full 15 minutes. Riichi exhausted all his mana, barely escaping with his life by relying on the mana protection he had formed. He hadn't expected Mika's magic to contain such powerful mana. Not only had he failed to get the 4-leaf clover grimoire, but he was also seriously injured. Even his own grimoire had been lost, burned to ashes by the intense fire. Overcome by a sudden surge of rage, Riichi fainted. Ding! Task. Someone from outside the town. Task completed. Task reward. Obtained 1 gacha draw chance. After seeing Riichi faint, Mika also sat down on the ground with a thud. Even though he possessed mana at the level of a Knight Order Vice Captain and his mana recovery speed had reached God level. Undergoing 2 consecutive battles still left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Asta held his demon slayer sword, nullifying the chain magic to rescue Yuno and the cloaked man. Mika watched with interest as Asta showed off his grimoire to Yuno, and he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the laughter, Asta and Yuno turned their heads to look at Mika. They saw Mika supporting himself with his hands on the ground, slightly tilting his head back with his eyes closed, feeling the breeze in the plaza with a hint of a smile on his lips. There are still 6 months left until the Magic Knight's entrance exam begins. The noble duo who had boasted grandly at the Grimoire awarding ceremony about joining the Magic Knight's entrance exam were now getting cold feet. Mika still remembered the Grimoire Tower Master seeking him out 2 days ago to discuss the Magic Knight's entrance exam. He happened to come across the noble duo slumped on the ground, tearfully recounting their experience from the night of the Grimoire awarding ceremony to the Tower Master. Hearing them speak of their fear and how they felt they couldn't even compare to a pariah of the Magic Knights, since Riichi was only a first-class junior Magic Knight in the Knight Order, they had completely lost the confidence and courage to take the entrance exam. The Tower Master's brow was furrowed so tightly in anger at these 2 guys' cowardly behavior that it looked like a knotted rope. It should be known that because the first Wizard King defeated the demon single-handedly and saved the Clover Kingdom, the people honored him with the title, Magic Emperor. Every subsequent Magic Emperor has protected the Clover Kingdom and its people. The Magic Knights are directly under the Magic Emperor, consisting of 9 major knight orders. They are a legion of mages specifically responsible for combat. The ranks of mages in the Clover Kingdom, from highest to lowest, are Magic Emperor, Grand Magic Knight, and Senior, Intermediate, and Junior Magic Knights. Aside from the Magic Emperor and Grand Magic Knight, the other 3 ranks are each divided into 5 classes, from 1st to 5th class. Together with the Magic Emperor, they safeguard the security of the Clover Kingdom and are deeply revered by its people. Thus, the mage ranks in the Clover Kingdom are determined based on contributions to the Knight Order, serving more as a form of honor. Everyone takes pride in joining the Magic Knights, so encountering these 2 cowardly fellows was truly infuriating. Fortunately, upon hearing of Mika's outstanding performance, as well as the superb magic power and seasoned combat state he displayed, the Magic Tower Master's brow instantly relaxed. After listening to the noble duo's description, the Tower Master's gaze toward Mika became fervent. He believed that with Mika's performance, passing the exam to join the Magic Knights was a certainty. There was also a high possibility of him joining the strongest Knight Order, the Golden Dawn. He might even become the Magic Emperor in the future. When Mika achieved some merits in the Magic Knights, it would bring great prestige to the Tower Master as well. To this day, the thought of the Tower Master's gaze gave Mika a chill down his spine. He had hurriedly agreed to the Tower Master's request for him to take the exam, and only after leaving the Grimoire Tower did he finally breathe a long sigh of relief. However, having decided to go to the royal capital for the Magic Knight's entrance exam, Mika felt that sooner was better than later. He decided to set out in 3 days, but before that, he needed to say goodbye to Asta and Yuno. After all, since arriving here, there weren't many people he was close to. Mika went to the forest near Haji village, where the trees grew exceptionally tall. Sunlight barely filtered through the gaps in the branches, adding a sliver of light to the dim woods. 997. 998. 999. From not far away came the sound of Asta swinging the demon slayer's sword in his hand, counting incessantly as he hacked at the large tree in front of him. Asta was also working tirelessly for the Knight Order entrance exam in 6 months, conducting his own special training. Through the gaps in the trees, Mika saw Asta's figure and the large tree before him, already scarred and battered from the hacking. Mika couldn't help but smile knowingly, recalling the scenes of him and Asta training together in the past. Back then, Asta was just as hardworking as he was now, always maintaining his passion. Just as Mika intended to call out to Asta and tell him about his plan to leave the village for special training, a figure appeared behind Asta, approaching him step by step. Mika was about to shout a warning to Asta to be careful of someone behind him. But after seeing clearly who it was, he chose not to speak and instead stood silently in place, watching them. Asta also sensed someone behind him and thought Yuno had come over, interested in his special training. When he turned his head, he realized it wasn't Yuno. Instead, it was Nashu, a slightly younger child from the church, standing quietly behind him. Asta was somewhat surprised by Nashu's arrival. What's wrong? Why did you come here? Nashu looked around at Asta's training environment and acted nonchalant. It's nothing. I just came to laugh at a big idiot acting foolish. You can't even use magic, yet you're still dreaming of passing the exam and successfully joining the Magic Knights. Asta held out his grimoire for Nashu to see. How is it impossible? Look, I've already received a grimoire. I'll definitely be able to pass the Magic Knight's entrance exam and become the Magic Emperor one day. It's useless. Nashu interrupted Asta. Poor children like us, abandoned by our parents, have no right to dream. Asta fell silent for a moment, about to say something to comfort Nashu. Mika's voice rang out from behind the large tree, but we still have hope. Just like this forest. The surrounding trees are so tall and dense, yet sunlight always finds a way to shine through. Mika walked toward Nashu, patted his head, and continued, there are always seeds on the ground that want to grow into towering trees. As long as you want it, bury yourself in the soil, work hard to take root, keep absorbing nutrients, and wait for the day you break through the earth and grow. Mika pulled Nashu along, leading him to look around, and pointed at the surrounding trees. These trees, right now they are the father. In the near future they will be us, and later on, they will be you too. Mika placed both hands on Nashu's shoulders, looked him straight in the eye, and smiled. In the past, Asta and I were just like you, we were both objects of ridicule. But because we have faith in our hearts and hope in our eyes, we've been able to persevere until today. Nashu hurriedly argued. Brother Mika, you're different. You were always able to use magic. You. Alright, Nashu, let's make a promise. Mika interrupted him. If Asta and I successfully pass the Night Order entrance exam, you mustn't lose faith in yourself. You must also work hard to become a great tree in the eyes of others. Nashu looked up into Mika's eyes and, after a long moment, nodded heavily. Okay. Ding. Quest issued. The boys promise travel to the royal capital to take the Night Order entrance exam, pass it successfully, and become a member of the Magic Knights. Over the next 2 days, Mika told Asta and Yuno about his plan to set out early for special training. Both of them expressed their agreement. Finally, the three of them agreed to meet again in 6 months at the Magic Knights entrance exam. It had been 3 days since Mika left the village and headed for the royal capital. He had just hunted a magic horned sheep, a magical beast capable of firing wind blades from the horns on its head. Generally, even adults wouldn't hunt it because the difficulty was quite high, but the meat was delicious. Mika set up a simple rack and casually summoned a small spark, preparing to have a whole roasted sheep for lunch. While roasting the mutton, Mika opened his personal status template. Total magic power. 1st domain level. Magic attack. 8th domain level. Magic defense. 8th domain level. Magic control. 7th domain level. Magic recovery. God domain level. Magic perception. 8th domain level. Fire magic. Undying flame magic attack. 7th domain level. Fire magic. Undying flame magic defense. 7th domain level. Items. 1 gotcha chance. Skills. Lingxi finger. Ding. Gotcha chance has been used. Congratulations on obtaining 1 skill enhancement card. Skill enhancement card. Use on an existing skill to enhance its effects. Mika thought about his current skills and made a decision in his heart. Ding. Skill enhancement card has been used on the skill, Lingxi finger. Lingxi finger has been enhanced with an additional effect. Skill, Lingxi finger, enhances the power of magic released through Lingxi finger by 1 domain level, and adds the spirit accumulation effect. Spirit accumulation. Every time Lingxi finger is used, a bit of Lingxi power is left in the palm, outlining the silhouette of a 4-leaf clover. When the silhouette is complete, it adds the spirit burst effect. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Mika. Mika quickly snapped out of the system and looked up, only to find someone standing in front of him. It was a beautiful woman, and he hadn't noticed her at all. However, that iconic lion-like red hair allowed Mika to recognize the newcomer instantly. Marolona, the eldest daughter of the Vermilion family, royalty of the Clover Kingdom, and the older sister of Fugolian, the current captain of the Magic Knights squad, Crimson Lion King. Someone with zero domain strength, known as the strongest beneath the Magic Emperor. Mika didn't expect to run into Marolona just after leaving the village. He was stunned for a moment. Marolona looked at Mika's grill, took a deep breath, and spoke. Your flame has a very special scent, it has a unique aura. Hearing this, Mika was shocked. An expert indeed. I've integrated this undying flame into my fire magic for so long. Even the magic tower master didn't notice, yet she spotted it the moment we met. As expected of the uncrowned, undefeated lioness. Mika gave Marolona a harmless smile. I'm Mika. This flame is a bit special, but it's nothing worth mentioning. Would you like to try the mutton I just roasted? I just sprinkled some spices, it tastes quite good. Marolona looked at Mika, then at the roast meat emitting an enticing aroma, and agreed to Mika's suggestion. Taking the sheep leg that Mika had already spiced and was sizzling with oil, Marolona tore off a large bite. I am Marolona. I felt the scent of a special flame while passing by, so I came to see what was going on. Thank you for the hospitality. Marolona said while eating. Why are you here? Looking at your age, you must have just received your grimoire not long ago. Mika expressed to Marolona his intention to go to the royal capital to participate in the Night Order exam, and his plan to undergo special training while traveling. After hearing this, Marolona laughed loudly. Simple, I'll take you to a place for some special training as thanks for this roasted mutton. She paused and wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth. But first, you have to fight me so I can understand your level and feel the power of that special flame. Ding. Quest issued. Marolona's test fight Marolona and demonstrate your level. Seeing the quest issued by the system, Mika couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming battle with Marolona. After the meal, Mika and Marolona began their agreed-upon battle. Mika didn't hold back, directly summoning his grimoire and condensing a small spark in his right hand. Marolona looked at Mika's grimoire, a 4-leaf clover grimoire. It seems you are quite talented. Not bad, I'm getting a bit interested. But turning to see the small spark in Mika's right hand, her mouth twitched involuntarily. Hey, can you take this seriously? Mika didn't explain, but instead rapidly flicked the spark out to attack. Riichi finger. After flicking the spark, Mika looked at the palm of his right hand, where a dimly colored 4-leaf clover silhouette appeared. Currently, only the outline of one leaf had formed, glowing with a silver light. It seemed that to trigger the spirit burst effect, the outlines of all 4 leaves had to be fully formed. Marolona nodded at the rapidly flying spark. The attack speed is decent. She casually condensed a flame ball and threw it toward the spark. She intended to let Mika suffer a small setback to make him get serious. Just as Marolona was waiting to see the flame ball destroy the small spark and continue toward Mika. After the small spark collided with the flame ball, it rapidly expanded and also turned into a flame ball. With a bang, the 2 fireballs exploded simultaneously, and the resulting airwave snapped some small nearby branches in half. Marolona was stunned. She didn't expect Mika's spark to be able to turn into a fireball. And it could even match her flame ball. The flame aura of that flame ball magic just now was indeed very unique. It seemed Mika truly had a special kind of flame that allowed him to release 6th realm magic with 8th domain strength. Marolona's interest grew even higher. Mika was also dazed seeing this scene. He guessed Marolona was strong, but he didn't expect her to be that strong. His flame ball was enhanced by both Riichi finger and undying flame. That was a double-stacked flame ball with power reaching the 6th realm, which was already quite astonishing. Yet it only managed to match Marolona's casual strike. However, seeing this, he felt relieved. Mika flicked out 3 sparks in succession, which flew toward Marolona at high speed. Here it comes, this is the scent. Marolona directly used her most proficient magic, fire creation magic Calidus Brachium. She was so interested in that special flame that she couldn't help but want to feel the flame's power for herself. A large amount of flame gushed out and tightly wrapped around Marioleona's right hand, turning it into a powerful fist of blazing fire. She swung forcefully, and the blazing fist charged toward the sparks. Bang bang bang. The first spark transformed into a flame spear and thrust toward Marioleona. Marioleona's blazing fist smashed it to pieces directly. Oh. This is probably at the 6th realm level. The second spark transformed into a giant flame tiger, roaring as it pounced toward Marioleona. Marioleona punched the giant flame tiger down, and with another punch, she directly blew it apart. Not bad, also 6th realm level strength. The third spark transformed into a fire snake. It was incredibly fast and crawled up Marioleona's arm. It looked like it was about to hit Marioleona. The flames of the blazing fist surged, swallowing the fire snake whole. This one is also not bad, the attack speed is quite fast. After breaking 3 moves in a row, Marioleona stared at Mika, scanning him up and down. Not simple. You clearly only look like you have 8th domain strength, yet you can consistently unleash attacks as high as the 6th realm. However, if this is all the strength you have, then I won't be holding back next. Mika didn't reply to Marioleona immediately, but instead looked down at the palm of his right hand. The 4-leaf clover silhouette there was now completely formed. Mika wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of Spirit Burst, which was an addition to Spirit Accumulation. Spirit Burst. All the Lingxi power in the palm is mixed into magic power to cast magic, enhancing the magic's power within an area and adding a touch of spiritual agility. The clover outline on the palm disappears. Mika adjusted himself, preparing to exert his full strength, and called out a warning, Marioleona, be careful. My next move is very powerful. Marioleona looked at Mika with an appreciative gaze and shouted heroically, it seems you still have some surprises left. Come, bring it on. Mika let the spark infused with Lingxi power circle around his fingertips once, then flicked it out with his middle finger. Marioleona could clearly sense that this spark was different from the previous ones. It had a sense of spiritual agility. Marioleona looked forward to the transformation of this spark. After colliding with the fist of raging fire, the spark transformed into a 5-meter-long, crimson Lingxi fire dragon. The Lingxi fire dragon had the antlers of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the neck of a snake, the belly of a mirage, the scales of a fish, the claws of an eagle, the palms of a tiger, and the ears of an ox. It was the image of a Washa dragon. Mika was also stunned. His spark had contained fire snake magic. He hadn't expected that after fusing with Lingxi power, the spark would undergo such a mutation. Marioleona looked at the Lingxi fire dragon with curiosity. She had never seen this species before. But that didn't affect her intuition. This Lingxi fire dragon was extraordinary. Marioleona continued to swing her fists, charging toward the Lingxi fire dragon. Flame creation magic, scorching arm. Just as her fire-wrapped fist was about to smash into the Lingxi fire dragon, the dragon breathed out a blast of flame breath from its mouth. It directly blocked Marioleona's flame attack. The moment her attack was blocked, Marioleona immediately increased her magic output, and the flames on her arm surged several meters high. The surrounding leaves began to turn yellow and wither, clearly unable to withstand the assault of such high temperatures. After pulling her arm back, Marioleona gathered strength again and swung toward the Lingxi fire dragon. A fire tornado flew toward the Lingxi fire dragon, completely surrounding it. Bang! 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 The sounds of the collision between the Lingxi fire dragon and the firestorm rang out continuously. After a while, the noise vanished, leaving only the fire tornado spinning there alone. Marioleona thought she had burned the Lingxi fire dragon entirely, so she withdrew the flames, intending to reduce her magic consumption. Then, something unexpected happened. The fire tornado disappeared, but the Lingxi fire dragon was still there. Relying on the immortal effect of the undying flame and the spiritual agility brought by the Lingxi power of Spirit Burst. This 5th-tier Lingxi fire dragon could rely on the surrounding magic power to self-replenish its consumption. After the fire tornado vanished, the Lingxi fire dragon continued its attack on Marolona. Looking at the still active fire dragon, Marolona couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Especially seeing the smiling Mika opposite her, she decided to show some real skill. Magic Domain, Scorching Arm, Combo. Marolona used the special technique she had developed through constant training in the wild, Magic Domain. With the enhancement of the Magic Domain, Marolona's attacks became even more violent. Within the range of the Magic Domain, a magic vacuum zone was formed, making the opponent's magic impossible to cast. Similarly, the magic power consumed by the Lingxi fire dragon could not be replenished, and it was eventually completely burned away by the fist of raging fire. Thinking of Mika's smiling face just now, Marolona's anger flared up, and she swung her flaming fist toward him. Mika didn't expect Marolona to suddenly charge over to pummel him. He hurriedly condensed a small spark in his right hand and flicked it out. Upon colliding with the fire fist, the spark transformed into an iris fire shield, blocking Mika's front. Bang! 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 3 punches. The shield shattered. Seeing the whistling fire fist coming at him, Mika was dumbfounded. It's over, I'm going to get beaten up. Just don't hit the face. Mika watched the incoming fire fist, his heart jumping in alarm as he hastily mobilized the magic power in his body. He intended to form a magic defense on the surface of his body, just like when he fought Riichi, propping up a magic shield. Anything to avoid being beaten too badly by Marolona. When the magic shield appeared, Marolona's expression became a bit strange. The next second, the magic shield shattered. After sending Mika flying 3 or 4 meters with a single punch, Marolona stood in place, with no intention of attacking further. Mika rolled over and climbed up from the ground, rubbing his bruised right chest. Hiss. That really hurts. Mika muttered in a voice only he could hear, she really hits hard, no wonder she's called the violent lioness. After throwing that punch, Marolona's mood suddenly improved a lot. Seeing Mika get up and trudge over, though he clearly kept a bit more distance from her. Marolona laughed, then said to Mika, don't dawdle. Let me tell you about your current issues. The strength of your magic attacks is good, and there's a lot of variety, it's already quite impressive. Your magic power is quite something too, you've released so many spells without any sign of magic depletion. But this defense of yours, it's a bit lacking. Hearing Marolona begin to analyze his condition, Mika ignored the pain in his chest and leaned in. What's wrong with the defense? Where do you think I need to improve? Seeing Mika's thirst for knowledge, Marolona didn't keep him in suspense. I just noticed that when I swung my fist to hit you, you propped up a magic shield in your haste. But the range of a magic shield is too large, requiring a lot of magic power, and its defensive strength can't compare to specialized defensive magic. In a one-on-one fight, it's purely useless, not practical at all. Then, a layer of magic fluctuations appeared on Marolona's body, clinging tightly to her skin. You only need to condense magic power on the surface of your skin. This saves magic and also enhances your physical magic defense. Later, if your luck and talent are good enough, you'll have the chance to condense your own magic domain like I do. After hearing this, Mika immediately closed his eyes and began his experiment. Ha! Mika manipulated the magic power in his body to form a protective layer on his surface. Being too hasty, a hemispherical shield appeared. Marolona shouted, don't panic. Concentrate, communicate well with the magic power in your body, and control it skillfully to use mana skin. Hearing Marolona's voice, Mika calmed down, felt the magic power within him, and worked hard to control every wisp of it. Gradually, the shield slowly shrank, becoming more and more fitted to Mika's form. Suddenly, Mika's eyes snapped open, and the magic power on his surface began to flow tightly against his skin. It worked. Mana skin learned. Seeing the change in the magic on Mika's skin, Marolona's appreciation deepened. Not bad, you truly are gifted. Passing the Magic Knight Order entrance exam won't be a problem. If you don't have a specific order you want to join, you could consider the Crimson Lion King's Order. Ding. Mission. Marolona's test. Fight Marolona and demonstrate your level. Mission complete. Mission reward. 1 Gacha draw chance. Ding. Gacha draw chance used. Congratulations. You have obtained flight technique. After Mika withdrew his mana skin, Marolona said to him, "Alright, next we're heading to the special training location. But before that, let me ask you a question. Have you heard of high magic zones?" High magic zones. Are those the high magic zones between the borders of the various countries on the continent? Mika asked in confusion. Marolona nodded and continued, "That's right. High magic zones are areas that emit high concentrations of magic power. Large numbers of magical beasts live there, and it's particularly easy for natural magic disasters to occur. If you don't use mana skin continuously, you won't be able to move an inch. Now that you've learned mana skin, our next step is to head to the edge of a high magic zone to give you some special training." Seeing Mika's empty hands, Marolona guessed he didn't have any magic items for flying and was about to take one out of her different dimension space for him to use. However, the next second, Mika used the flight technique to hover in the air, looking at Marolona and saying, "Then let's set off right now." Marolona looked up at Mika with a complex expression. "You kid, you're hiding quite a lot. It seems I'll have to train you properly during the special training to see how many more surprises you can give me." The two of them immediately set off toward the high magic zone. Watching the mountains and rivers flash by beneath him, Mika looked forward to the upcoming special training. After a long flight, they were getting closer to their destination, but the sky was gradually darkening. Mika and the others descended from the sky into a valley. They needed to cross this valley to reach the edge of the high magic zone. They decided to rest here for the night to regain their energy and set off early the next morning. Just as Mika was looking for a suitable campsite, he saw several flickers of fire in the distance. He discussed it with Marolona and decided to go take a look. If they were lucky, they might even find a place to stay for the night. Mika immediately began sneaking toward the firelight. Upon arrival, he realized it wasn't that simple. It was a small camp, big enough for about 8 or 9 people. However, for some reason, only 2 people seemed to be on guard at the camp. The others were not in the camp. Just as Mika was about to step out to see if he could ask them about staying the night, he heard the 2 guards chatting. The shorty shouted at the tall one, "You said Riichi went to Haji village not long ago. How could he get caught? He's really shaming our black-hearted bandit group." Hearing the names, Riichi, and Haji village, Mika stopped in his tracks, intending to listen further. Marolona saw Mika stop just as he was about to go out and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Mika signaled her to stay calm and continued to eavesdrop. The tall one sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "I heard someone gave the boss a commission to keep an eye on the first Wizard King's statue in Haji village. If there's any movement, just notify them in time." He was originally sent there to go undercover and conduct a preliminary investigation into the secrets of the first Wizard King's statue and the demon god's skeleton. As it turned out, he set his sights on the 4-leaf clover grimoire that was awarded to someone else. He was taught a lesson by that guy named Mika and was finally captured. Shorty suddenly realized and said, oh, so it's that portrait the boss showed us yesterday. That Mika guy, right?" The tall one sneered. If the boss hadn't discovered ruins in the desert of the high magic zone on the other side of the valley, he definitely would have led us to slaughter Haji village twice over by now. Shorty licked his lips, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been back since we raided Haji village 5 years ago. I hope the boss comes back soon." Hearing this, Mika could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. 5 years ago, Haji village was raided by the black-hearted bandit group, and Mika's parents were killed in that raid. Now that he had encountered them, there was no way he would let them go. Mika immediately cast the flight technique and flew toward the center of the camp, heading straight for the 2 bandits. Marolona also hurriedly flew after him. The 2 of them appeared before the bandits, hovering in the air. Although she didn't know why Mika was suddenly so angry, Marolona could tell from what she had just heard that this black-hearted bandit group was up to no good. Even if Mika didn't take action, she wouldn't let the 2 of them off easily. The tall one noticed the anomaly immediately and barked, "Huh. Who dares to come cause trouble in our black-hearted bandit group's camp? Are you tired of living? The person who's going to kill you. Mika said coldly, looking down at the two of them. Through the firelight, Shorty saw Mika's face clearly and shouted to the tall one, "It's the portrait the boss showed us a couple of days ago. It's the guy who captured Riichi." The tall one sneered at Mika, "We haven't even come looking for trouble with you yet, but you've delivered yourself to our doorstep. Fine, none of you are leaving today. Stay here forever." Hearing the tall one's words, Mika couldn't help but laugh and glanced at Marolona inconspicuously. "With Marolona here, you think you can keep us? You're just a small fry. Do you think you're licked?" Mika didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his left hand, he summoned his grimoire. The pages flipped rapidly, and the powerful magic fluctuations made Marolona glance at Mika twice. Mika's right hand condensed two small wisps of sparks, which intertwined and swirled in his palm. The bandit duo's expressions turned solemn when they felt the powerful magic from Mika's grimoire, and they both summoned their own grimoires. To their surprise, Mika could only summon small sparks, making them feel relieved for nothing. Seeing the sparks in Mika's hand, Shorty couldn't help but mock, "Small sparks, ha 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 ha. I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a showy guy with a silver spear and a rotten tip." The tall one was more cautious. He sensed carefully and chimed in, "Exactly. Aside from having a bit more magic power, the magic you cast is really indescribable. I'm starting to wonder how Riichi lost to you." Mika didn't answer, but instead threw the two wisps of sparks directly at them. Marolona was in no hurry to act. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest and watched the two wisps of sparks with interest. Ever since she learned that Mika's magic could appear in the form of sparks, she had silently called Mika a little rascal in her heart. Now that she had another chance to see Mika's magic, she wanted to see what kind of performance he would put on this time and if he could successfully repel these two small-time bandits. Shorty was more impatient and stepped forward, grinning at the tall one. "Don't be in a hurry to act. Just leave this little guy to me. With his level of strength, I can handle him easily." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of Shorty fluctuated. With a wave of his hand, he threw a rock straight at Mika. Looking at its trajectory, it was clearly aimed at Mika's face. Looking at the rock that had just appeared, Mika manipulated the sparks he had just flicked out to collide with it. Shorty was still imagining the pathetic scene of the rock hitting Mika and him being unable to dodge. A smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "This is impossible. How can this be?" Shorty exclaimed repeatedly. The sparks transformed into the flame furnace, and the rock was stuffed directly into the furnace's mouth. The undying flame inside the furnace completely enveloped the incoming rock, and the intense high-temperature fire constantly attacked it. Eventually, the rock could not withstand the intense heat and cracked into 4 or 5 smaller pieces from the center. Shorty couldn't believe his magic was dealt with so easily. To save face, he summoned his grimoire, prepared to teach Mika a proper lesson. The tall one narrowed his eyes, supporting his right arm with his left hand while stroking his chin with his right. "This kid isn't right. We'd better be careful." Marolona's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. His ability to adapt and counter was quite good, especially the transformation of those sparks. It wasn't simple. It seemed Mika's flames were quite special. After Mika saw Shorty's magic broken by his own flame furnace, a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the outcome of this exchange. Through the magical exchange just now, Mika also gained a rough understanding of Shorty's strength. He barely reached the strength of the 7th realm, which was basically nothing to worry about. The main concern was the tall one next to him. He was more cautious, and his mana fluctuations were small, so Mika had not yet judged his strength. Although Marolona was by his side and there was basically nothing to worry about, Mika still hoped to resolve this matter himself. Similarly, Mika realized that Marolona was intentionally trying to train him, wanting to see how he would perform when facing a real crisis. Mika became even more cautious in facing the upcoming battle. Shorty was filled with shame and anger because of his performance just now and was eager to regain his dignity. He didn't hear what his companion was saying at all and attacked Mika once again. Earth and rock spikes. He saw the earth element mana swirling incessantly on Shorty's grimoire, and Mika clearly felt a sense of pressure from the mana. Immediately after, the ground beneath his feet began to rumble. Mika felt something was wrong and promptly used the flight technique to fly into midair. In an instant, countless ground spikes pierced out from the earth, and the surrounding ground was thoroughly riddled with holes. The spot where Mika had just been standing received special attention, making it completely impossible to set foot there again. Mika looked at the state of the ground churned up by the rock spikes. Earth and stones were overturned, and even surrounding trees as thick as a person were pierced straight through from underground by these rock spikes, splitting from the roots upward. If he had been pierced through by those rock spikes, Mika estimated that even if Marolona rescued him in time, he would need more than half a year of recuperation to recover. By then, he wouldn't be able to make it to the Magic Knight's entrance exam or anything else. After realizing this, Mika couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and his gaze toward Shorty became incredibly cold, with a faint hint of killing intent flashing through. Seeing Mika fly into the air and his magic fail to cause any damage, Shorty couldn't help but let out a frustrated shout. Shorty continued to try and force Mika down with magic. After exchanging a glance with the tall one, he condensed a rock spear and hurled it toward Mika. Seeing the rock spear flying toward him, Mika's lips curled into a smirk, intending to use his flight technique to directly evade the attack. Just as he was about to dodge the rock spear's attack, he found that he was completely unable to move. As soon as his body tried to shift, it felt as if it were bound by a 1,000-pound lock, incredibly heavy. It turned out that the tall one had secretly cast the curse magic invisible shackles. Those hit by it wouldn't notice anything as long as they didn't move, only when they tried to move using magic would they feel the restriction on their movement. Just now, Mika had relied on the flight technique to dodge Shorty's attack. This time, the thief duo cooperated to directly imprison Mika, leaving him floating in midair as a sitting duck. Mika watched the rock spear getting closer and closer, his mouth twitching. He just wanted to show off his flight technique, but he hadn't expected the thief duo to double-team him, and for a moment, he had fallen into their trap. Mika closed his eyes, continuously channeling the mana within his body. Seeing Mika close his eyes, the duo thought he had given up struggling, and smiles immediately broke out on their faces. Shorty opened his mouth as if to say something, but an explosion in the air directly cut him off. Mika's position in the air was enveloped in a cloud of sand and mist. It seemed something had happened. It turned out that at the moment the rock spear was about to strike, Mika successfully communicated with the mana in his body. He mixed his flame seed, the undying flame, with his mana, and the moment he cast mana skin, a ring of fire ignited around him. The moment the undying flame appeared around him, Mika found that the tall one's magical imprisonment immediately lost its effect, and he regained his mobility. Mika only had time to cross his arms in front of his chest, intending to barely block the attack with the mana skin on his arms. However, he discovered that his newly fused flame armor had remarkably astounding defensive power. The flame armor on his forearms directly blocked the rock spear's attack and even produced a counter-shock effect, causing the rock spear to shatter into powder. Marolona had been paying close attention to Mika's situation. She had originally been prepared to step in and save him, but after sensing the surge of mana erupting from within Mika, she halted her rescue plan. Especially upon seeing the flames bursting from Mika's body and forming a protective barrier around him, Marolona's eyes lit up, and she nodded firmly. She wanted even more to take Mika to the special training grounds to thoroughly study his unique flames. Seeing that their attack ultimately failed to take down Mika, the thief duo's expressions began to turn solemn. Just as the duo was considering how to deal with Mika, they felt a strong wave of fire mana approaching. A second after regaining his freedom and blocking the attack with his flame armor, Mika launched his counterattack. 4 successive sparks were shot toward the duo, transforming into fireballs in midair as they crashed down, the sound of whistling wind filling their ears. The two also hurriedly cast their defensive magic to deal with the incoming attack. Rock protection, dark protection. A yellow and purple light shield enveloped and protected the two of them securely. They performed a combined magical attack to counter Mika's assault. Bang! 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 The fireballs struck one after another, disappearing after only causing a few ripples on the light shield. Seeing that their protective shields had indeed blocked the attack, the two of them breathed a deep sigh of relief. Just as Shorty was about to open his mouth to mock Mika's fireball magic as weak and powerless, he was dumbfounded the moment he looked up. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was hallucinating, unwilling to believe that what he saw before him was reality. Taking advantage of his fast mana recovery, vast mana reserves, and endurance, Mika openly rained down sparks from midair, a series of them flying toward the duo's shields. The sparks turned into fireballs the moment they hit the shields, crashing into them one after another. Intense magical fluctuations were transmitted continuously, and the ripples on the surface of the shields appeared more and more frequently. The duo looked at the crumbling shields above their heads, the endless stream of sparks raining down from midair, and the person still persistently creating sparks in the sky. The two of them were terrified at that moment. Mika was currently suppressing a surge of anger and wanted to vent. Firstly, it was to retaliate against those two for their ruthless attack that had nearly left him severely injured, and secondly, the black-hearted bandit group had to die. Thinking back on what had just happened, the speed at which Mika flicked sparks from his hands became even faster. In a trance, one could even see the afterimages of his fingers. Marolona also hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. From Mika breaking Shorty's earth magic, to being plotted against and nearly getting seriously hurt, to now single-handedly suppressing the two of them so they couldn't even counterattack. In Marolona's eyes, the flame armor formed on Mika's body by the fusion of his special fire seed and magic power actually seemed to have the prototype of a magic domain. Marolona watched as the sparks flying all over the sky poured onto that magic shield. Although it was just the most basic fireball spell, it still hammered the shield until it shook violently. Despite already knowing Mika possessed deep magic reserves, Marolona never expected him to completely transform into a fireball machine. The magic recovery ability he displayed was something even she felt inferior to. Crack. That magic shield ultimately couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of fireballs, and it finally vanished into nothingness under the concentrated attack. The duo under the shield turned pale. Shorty was even worse off. His legs went weak and he slumped to the ground, looking at Mika in the air as if he were seeing a flame war god. The tall one was also trembling all over. Despite the high temperature caused by the gathering flames, the cold sweat on his forehead made his heart shudder. He couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. This was clearly a plain-looking magic rookie who used a trash spark spell, and his magic power, which the tall one had sensed before, was at the lowest level. How did it become so troublesome in Mika's hands, with various other fire magic techniques appearing one after another? Before the tall one could figure it out, two more sparks flew toward them, one after the other. Strike while they're down. Mika seized the opportunity and continued to cast magic on the two of them. He was determined to keep them here today. A cold glint flashed in the tall one's eyes. He gathered magic in his right hand and threw it into the air, launching a magic signal coordinate. With his left hand, he grabbed Shorty and threw him in front of the sparks, then turned and fled toward the edge of the camp. Shorty sat slumped on the ground in extreme panic, having no thought of struggling. At the same time, he never expected his companion to use him as a meat shield. In the next second, the sparks transformed into flame spears, surrounding Shorty. Amidst the burning flames, Shorty's screams were incessant. Shorty struggled to gather all his magic into his left hand. His resentful eyes scanned the surroundings, looking at Marolona, then Mika, and finally fixing his gaze firmly on the tall one's retreating back. Earth Prison Imprisonment. An earth wall suddenly appeared in front of the tall one's escape path, blocking his way. He immediately turned in another direction, but no matter which way he turned, an earth wall blocked him. The earth walls from four directions kept pushing toward the center, trapping the tall one inside. Just as he planned to escape from above, another earth wall sealed the top opening. Seeing his escape route completely cut off by the earth walls, the tall one's anger flared, and he slumped to the ground, cursing Shorty. Seeing the tall one trapped by him, Shorty couldn't help but chuckle before his entire body was engulfed in flames. Seeing this, Mika stopped his hand movements and quietly watched as Shorty was slowly consumed by the fire, his heart feeling very conflicted. After Shorty was consumed by the flames, the earth prison magic disappeared. Seeing the surrounding earth walls suddenly vanish, the tall one didn't even have time to curse Shorty for screwing him over. He scrambled up from the ground, wanting only to escape this place of trouble as quickly as possible. Mika flicked a spark from behind him, chasing after his back. Enhanced by Lingxi Finger, he used fire creation magic, cremation. A ring of fire bound the tall one from his back, leaving him unable to move on the ground. Enduring the burning flames, the tall one turned his head and shouted at Mika, "You'd better let me go quickly. Our black-hearted bandit group is not to be trifled with. I'm telling you, our backer is why." Before he could finish, Mika's magic erupted, forever silencing the tall one with intense fire. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from behind Mika. Turning around, he saw Marolona slowly walking over. Marolona looked at Mika after the fierce battle. Although he looked a bit tired, his spirits seemed high. She especially felt a faint, heart-palpitating aura coming from him. Marolona waved her hand at Mika, signaling him to sit down and talk. The times really have changed. Young men nowadays are already so outstanding. Mika was a bit embarrassed by Marolona's sudden praise. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Marolona gesture for him to wait, so he simply sat cross-legged and continued listening to her. I originally planned to wait until I brought you to the special training location before deciding how to arrange your training. Marolona also found a tree stump and sat down. Seeing your combat performance today, I've actually developed some ideas. Marolona pointed at the starry sky above. You should fully utilize your advantage in magic recovery. Transforming into a human fireball machine is enough to pass the Night Order assessment. Marolona paused and looked at Mika before continuing, your combat experience is still lacking. Although you won this time, a large part of it was due to luck. What if they hadn't fought amongst themselves? And the tall one even sent out a signal. There might be more trouble coming later. After hearing Marolona's analysis, a chill ran down Mika's back, making him feel as if he were being watched. Ding. Mission issued. Eliminate future troubles, wipe out the black-hearted bandit group in one fell swoop. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Mika suddenly felt much more at ease. It was just the black-hearted bandit group. He had the Wizard King cultivation system. Just wait and see, I'll make sure your whole black-hearted bandit group ends up lying in boards and stuffed into boxes. Marolona quietly watched the magic power within Mika fluctuate. It went from initial excitement and high spirits to the low point after realizing his shortcomings, and even a hint of dejection, before turning into high morale in an instant. Marolona was very surprised that Mika could adjust his mindset so quickly, and her gaze toward him became filled with even more appreciation. He had obvious advantages, a steady mindset far beyond his peers, and was the owner of a four-leaf clover grimoire. Perhaps he really did have a chance to become the Magic Emperor. So Marolona thought. After a night of rest, Mika once again set out with Marolona on the journey to the high magic zone. After passing through the valley, they finally arrived at the edge of the high magic zone. It was a small desert, and also the place where Marolona planned to give Mika special training. Mika stood in front of a sand dune. The sun above made him feel a bit thirsty, and the sand under his feet was loose, not at all as comfortable as walking on solid ground. Only the cactus in front of the sand dune made him feel a hint of coolness. But Mika didn't care about these things at all right now. He gazed intensely at Marolona, waiting for her to begin his special training. Marolona looked at Mika in front of her, a flash of appreciation in her eyes, and was just about to open her mouth to reveal her plan. Suddenly, a vibration came from beneath their feet, and the sand dune behind them, affected by the tremor, scattered its grains in all directions. Mika and Marolona both flew into the air, watching the changes in the sand dune behind them. As the sand grains continued to scatter, an ancient and heavy gate appeared inside the dune, covered in many patterns that looked particularly mysterious. Ding. System has detected special energy. Ding. Task issued. The beginning of evolution. Enter the ruins, obtain the special energy, and trigger a system upgrade. Mika digested the information coming into his mind, his heart filled with shock. This system can actually upgrade. I wonder what changes will occur after the system upgrades. Mika was now entirely focused on the system upgrade, and his gaze towards the gate became much more intense. Marolona also noticed the patterns on the gate. After examining them carefully, she fell into deep thought. Mika originally wanted to say something to Marolona, but seeing her thoughtful expression, he stopped talking and waited obediently by her side. After a long while, Marolona came back to her senses, pointed at the gate in front of them, and said to Mika, "This should be the ruins that the bandit group was talking about. I didn't expect them to be so bold as to set their sights on this." Marolona took a breath and continued, "These are ruins left behind a long time ago. Inside, a magic stone is enshrined. It was a place where the people who lived here used to hold festivals. I never expected it to appear here. The special training plan is changed to an exploration of the ruins." Hearing that Marolona wanted to explore the ruins, Mika, with thoughts of the system upgrade in his mind, naturally gave his full support. Mika thought about how he didn't know what would happen during the exploration of the ruins, but the system definitely needed to upgrade. If Marolona was by his side, at the very least, his safety would be guaranteed. Thinking of this, he volunteered. Okay, exploring the ruins is also great. I'll help you open the door." Fearing that Marolona might change her mind, Mika scurried over to the large gate, intending to push it open. Mika originally intended to just push the gate open directly, but just as his hands were about to touch the surface, a dangerous aura emanated from it. He instinctively covered his hands with magic power before making contact with the gate. Ripples spread where his hands made contact with the gate, and magic power clashed and resisted continuously. Mika felt the magical aura on the gate, his heart sank, and he regretted being overconfident. Now there was no room for him to back down. The magic power within Mika erupted, a layer of flame armor appeared on his body, and the magic power between his hands exploded once more, finally opening the gate completely. When Marolona saw Mika rush up, she had wanted to warn him to pay attention to the magic formulas on the gate, but she hadn't expected him to break through it directly using his own magic power. This feeling of, no matter however changing you are, I will break it with brute force, was just too much to Marolona's liking. After Mika broke the gate open, he turned back to look at Marolona. Come quickly, I've already opened this full gate." Marolona nodded and walked into the ruins with Mika. After passing through the gate of the ruins, Mika realized that there was a whole new world behind it. The interior space of the ruins was huge. A loop-shaped corridor appeared before them. Through the transparent magic barrier at the edge of the corridor, it was clear to see that the entire ruins had an inverted pyramid structure. Mika could even see directly to the center of the bottom of the ruins, where the magic stone on the altar was shining brilliantly. Just as Mika was attempting to break the barrier directly and rush from the air toward the magic stone, Marolona said languidly from the side, "If you want to die right now, go ahead and do it, but remember to stay away from me, don't get blood on me." Hearing Marolona's words, Mika paused and silently turned to look at her. "It doesn't look like much, does it? Is the consequence really that dangerous?" Marolona tapped Mika on the head and pointed at the magic barrier. "This barrier is much more powerful than the gate you just broke open with your magic power. Your own magic barrier from before couldn't even catch up to it if it were riding a horse." Mika, suddenly hearing his previous magic barrier being used for comparison, scratched his head in embarrassment. Marolona ignored Mika's embarrassment and continued to explain. "This barrier is the crystallization of the former inhabitants, mainly used to prevent the magic fluctuations within the arena from affecting people in these corridors. To put it simply, these ruins were a place for duels. The winners would advance all the way, and the final victor would receive the blessing of the magic stone. To prevent the magic fluctuations of the duelists from being too great and affecting the spectators, they created the magic barrier to protect people's safety. A more important point is that the magic power of this magic barrier comes from the magic stone. If you want the barrier to disappear, you can only do so by obtaining the blessing of the magic stone, allowing you to pass through the barrier freely. Otherwise, there is only a dead end. After hearing Marioleona's words, Mika hurriedly asked, "Then if we want to obtain the blessing of the magic stone, what should we do?" Marioleona gave Mika a deep look and pointed her finger toward the empty space in the center of the ruins. "If you want the blessing of the magic stone, you have to follow their rules. Defeat opponents along the way, step by step, until you can walk in front of the magic stone." Clap, clap, clap. Just as Marioleona finished speaking, a round of applause came from the corridor on the opposite side of the ruins. After hearing the applause, Mika's nerves tightened instantly, and he looked vigilantly toward the source of the sound. "As expected of the lioness, you certainly know a lot." A one-eyed man walked out from the shadows on the opposite side, with two others standing quietly behind him. Looking at the devices in their hands, it was obvious that, unlike Mika and the others who had stumbled upon the ruins by chance, they had come prepared. The tremor from earlier was likely caused by them, but it had absolutely no effect on the magic barrier inside the ruins. Instead, it had revealed the gate to the ruins, which was then discovered by Mika and the others. Marioleona looked at the one-eyed man, her expression sharpening, and a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. "Arkham, leader of the black-hearted bandit group, we have finally met." Arkham's identity was exposed directly by Marioleona, but his expression didn't change at all. He continued to look at Mika and Marioleona from across the space with a smile. Upon hearing Marioleona's words, Mika suddenly realized that the man before him was the one who had raided Haji village 5 years ago and murdered his parents. He lifted his head slightly, narrowing his eyes to stare intently at the man opposite him. When he looked at the one-eyed man, his entire body trembled. It was him, it was him, it was definitely him. The one who led the charge back then was this one-eyed man, Arkham. Mika sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that even after all this time, this body and its memories would still react so strongly to the events of that year. "Since that's the case, I'll help you settle this matter once and for all." Arkham felt someone watching him. He shifted his gaze slightly and saw Mika's eyes filled with resentment, causing him to burst into laughter. Arkham raised an eyebrow and spoke to Mika, still smiling. "You must be the Mika who recently took down Riichi. I saw that expression of yours once 5 years ago, it's truly vivid in my memory. Back then in Haji village, there was also someone staring at me just like that. I eventually had my men poke his eyes out." Hearing Arkham's description, Mika's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging from the sheer force. During the raid on Haji village years ago, many were killed or injured, but only Mika's father had been blinded before his death. After glancing at Mika, Arkham turned back to Marioleona. "Since we've run into each other here, let's be blunt. We want this magic stone. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Marioleona didn't get angry but laughed instead after hearing Arkham's words. She shook her head slightly. "Forget the magic stone. Even if there was nothing here today, I wouldn't let you leave. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." Arkham snorted coldly. "Then let's settle this on the dueling grounds." To obtain the blessing of the magic stone, one had to follow the rules of the Ruins Festival, a series of one-on-one duels. Only the ultimate victor would be eligible to touch the magic stone. To start a duel, one only needed to place a hand against the magic barrier and transmit a sliver of mana. Once the opponent did the same, both parties would be pulled into the dueling grounds above the magic stone's altar. At the same time, the dueling rules limited the power level. Anyone with a comprehensive strength of the third realm or above was ineligible to participate. Restricted by these rules, Mika was the one to represent his side, with a strength at the 8 domains level. On Arkham's side, 2 others could fight, both of whom were at the 6th realm level. After learning that Mika was the one fighting for the other side, Arkham's face was filled with smugness. He had already sensed that the spark Mika was playing with in his hand was only at the 8 domains level. His own side both had 6th realm strength. Furthermore, because of the different factions, Mika would have to win 2 consecutive rounds to get the magic stone, whereas his side only needed to win once. Marolona clearly realized that the dueling rules were unfavorable for her side. Just as she turned to say something to Mika to boost his confidence. "Don't worry, leave the duel to me." Mika's firm and powerful voice reached Marolona's ear. By the time Marolona looked at Mika, he had already reached out his hand toward the magic barrier. In the next second, Mika appeared within the dueling grounds. The black-hearted bandit group sent out the woman in green first, wanting her to test Mika's depths. As the two of them stood firm on the dueling grounds, a thought was transmitted into their minds. On the dueling grounds, surrender or die. Mika realized this duel was a fight to the death and stood on high alert, fully focused. A flash of cruelty crossed the green-clad woman's eyes as she looked at Mika, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. Mika waved his left hand, summoning his magic book, while a small flame flickered continuously in his right palm. Seeing Mika start by manifesting a tiny flame again, Marolona couldn't help but shake her head. This brat is still thinking about baiting his opponent even now. Arkham saw Mika summon his magic book only to produce a tiny spark, and then saw Marolona shaking her head with a helpless look. He thought to himself that it seemed even Marolona didn't have high hopes, this match was in the bag. The woman in green saw Mika summon his magic book and thought some grand magic was coming, but it was just a tiny flame. She sneered inwardly and gave Mika a disdainful look. Mika didn't argue when he saw her disdainful gaze, instead, he flicked the spark outward. Seeing the spark in the air, the woman backhanded a thorn vine, whipping it toward the flame. The flame was extinguished instantly upon contact with the thorn. The woman's magic was a variation of wood magic, thorn magic. Seeing her thorn extinguish the flame so easily, the woman's expression was first one of pleasant surprise, followed by a flash of confusion. She felt something was off, the opponent's strength didn't seem right. If he only had this much strength, there was no way he could have defeated Riichi, let alone forced the two left behind at the camp to send out a magic signal. This kid is dishonest, he must be planning some dirty trick. After thinking it over, the woman didn't rush to attack Mika. Instead, she summoned 4 more thorns to surround her body, quietly waiting for Mika's next move. Mika saw that the woman hadn't become careless because of the first spark. He decided to add a bit more fuel to the fire and flicked another spark over. Sensing the mana in that spark, the woman wondered to herself if this was just the mana of an ordinary spark magic. Could it be that the person opposite her was really just a fraud and actually very weak? This time, before the woman could even move, the spark was snuffed out by the air currents generated by the rotating thorn vines around her as it drew near. After seeing the spark extinguished, Mika intentionally stole a glance back at Marolona. Marolona looked at Mika's antics and patted her head, looking utterly helpless. Arkham saw Mika's flame get extinguished by a thorn once and then by an air current, followed by his sneaky glance back at Marolona. This series of actions, combined with Marolona's expression, made him firmly believe that Mika was just a greenhorn novice. Although he didn't understand how Riichi had fallen to Mika, he now just wanted the green-clad woman to finish Mika off quickly. Arkham signaled to the field, telling the woman to stop dawdling and hurry up and finish Mika. Before the woman could do anything, Mika moved first. Mana erupted from within him as a suit of flame armor manifested on his body, and he flicked out another spark. Lingxi finger. Mid-flight, the spark transformed into a flaming hand axe, spinning as it cleaved toward the opponent. At that moment, an arm reached out and firmly grasped the handle of the flaming hand axe in its palm. Mika reached out and grabbed the handle of the hand axe, continuing to dash toward the woman without stopping. Seeing Mika suddenly break his previous pattern and run toward her, the woman felt surprised, but she still cautiously cast a magic spell to stay on guard. Creation Magic Thorn's Embrace. 3 thorn vines shot toward Mika in succession. The barbs on those vines shimmered with a greenish-black light. If one were hooked or scratched, there was no telling what kind of toxin would enter the body. Mika ignored the thorn vines, simply swinging his hand axe blindly as he ran toward the opposite side. The thorn vines blocked Mika's path, splitting into 3 directions to continue flying toward him, clearly intending to imprison him from 3 sides. Holding the flaming hand axe, Mika ignited the thorn vine in front of him. The flames, infused with the undying flame elemental seed, burned continuously on the thorns. The woman in green was stunned for a moment when she saw her thorn vines catch fire. In all the time she had possessed Thorn's magic, she had never seen anyone's fire magic capable of burning her thorns. She suddenly felt that Mika had become a troublesome opponent. Besides the thorn vine Mika had ignited with his axe, the other 2 were set ablaze by his flame armor just as they tried to entwine him, vanishing into wisps of light smoke. When Arkham saw that Mika's flames were exceptionally effective against the woman's thorn's magic, his expression immediately turned ugly. He knew that the woman was likely done for. Sure enough, the situation on the field went exactly as Arkham expected, tilting completely in Mika's favor. Holding his flaming hand axe and clad in flame armor, Mika leapt high into the air. Utilizing the flight technique to step on invisible stairs in the sky, he walked toward the woman in green from above, step by step. The woman in green already felt a hint of fear toward Mika's flames. Seeing him now staying aloft in the air without relying on any magic tool, her fear intensified. She didn't believe Mika could achieve this with only the strength of the 8 domains, yet it was all happening right before her eyes. Each of Mika's steps seemed to stomp on the fear in the woman's heart. As he advanced, she retreated, until he had forced her to the edge of the dueling arena, with nowhere left to go. The woman in green summoned 5 more thorn vines, wrapping herself entirely within them along with the previous ones. She poured out her mana like it cost nothing, dumping a massive amount into the thorns in an effort to bolster her defense. Seeing the woman completely encased in a cage of thorns, Mika shook his head slightly. Finding it tedious and wanting to end it quickly, he swung his axe hard against the thorn cage. As it turned out, the flames did not ignite the thorn vines as expected. Both Mika and the woman in green were stunned. It turned out that the woman's mana was coated on the surface of the thorn cage, forming a mana shield that blocked Mika's flames. After realizing this, the woman felt a glimmer of hope. If it was just a contest of mana consumption, she was at the 6th realm level, how could her total mana be less than someone from the 8 domains? Seeing the change on the field, Arkham also realized it had become a battle of attrition. He was suddenly filled with confidence in the duel once more. It was common knowledge that the mana of the 6th realm was greater than that of the 8 domains. At the very least, he still had another 6th realm fighter waiting in reserve. They were sure to win this time. When Mika and Marolona understood the situation, both of their faces took on an inexplicable expression. Since it had entered a war of attrition, Mika no longer held anything back. He went full power, turning himself into a human flame ball manufacturing machine once again. In succession, a dozen sparks were flicked out by Mika, transforming into over 10 flame balls that slammed violently against the thorn cage. Initially, the woman in green felt quite comfortable inside the thorn cage, believing she could definitely outlast Mika. But seeing Mika fire over 10 flame balls in a row, as if he were running a fireball wholesale business, she felt a bit worried. Bang! 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 The flame balls collided continuously with the thorn cage, causing ripples to spread across the mana shield. Seeing that so many fireballs had failed to break the protection, the woman in green relaxed. Fortunately, the opponent only had the strength of the 8 domains and could only use flame ball. If he had used a 6th realm level bursting fireball, the shield would likely be cracking by now. As if hearing the woman's inner monologue, Mika paused for a moment before continuing his fireball wholesale business. However, this time, something was added to the fireballs. Consonance power. Another dozen flame balls smashed down, hitting the thorn cage one after another. Seeing that they were flame balls again, the woman didn't take them seriously at first, thinking she'd let him keep hitting until his mana ran dry. But the very first flame ball caused the thorn cage to shake violently. The woman in green realized something was wrong. The magic attack power of this fireball had reached the 6th realm. Looking at the dozen or so flame balls still coming, the woman's face turned deathly pale. The fireballs infused with consonance power and undying flame had indeed reached the level of the sixth realm. After a dozen flame balls slammed down, the woman's mana could no longer keep up with maintaining the shield. She didn't understand why Mika's mana was so profound. He clearly only had the strength of the 8 domains, yet he could cast flame balls with the power of the 6th realm and completely drain her 6th realm level mana. Perhaps this was the reason why Riichi and the other two had fallen to him. Immediately after, a sound like glass shattering was heard. The thorn cage with its mana shield vanished completely, leaving the woman in green exposed like a naked lamb beneath the flame balls. Unable to dodge in time, the woman was hit by 3 flame balls in a row. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she fell to the ground, motionless. Mika stood in the center of the arena for a moment. After a thought informed him of his victory, he was teleported back to the corridor. Arkham's mood had gone through a series of ups and downs. He thought he had a guaranteed win, only for his teammates' attribute to be perfectly countered. Then, when it finally came down to mana consumption, his person was drained to death. He didn't waste words, simply signaling the other person with his eyes to quickly open the dueling arena. Through the previous battle, Arkham had clearly seen Mika's strength. It was only at the 6th realm level. This time, he sent up an ice magic user. Combined with their secret equipment, they would surely win. Striking while the iron was hot, Arkham intended to use a war of attrition to kill Mika and obtain the magic stones. Upon receiving the leader's signal, the other man in the heavy coat quickly pressed his hand against the barrier and appeared in the dueling arena. Just as Mika returned to the corridor, a thought reached him, informing him that someone was challenging him and asking if he agreed. Refusing would be considered a surrender. The moment he agreed to the challenge in his mind, Mika didn't even have time to say a few words to Marolona before he appeared in the arena once again. The arena was the same size as before, but the difference was that in front of him stood the man in the coat, who had already summoned a rain of ice spikes above his head. Looking at the rain of ice spikes poised to strike above his opponent, Mika couldn't help but raise a middle finger and curse, "Godfoolit, you have no martial honor." As soon as Mika entered, he saw that the rain of ice spikes on the opposite side was already prepared. It seemed the man in overcoat intended to finish him off the moment he stepped onto the field. Although his opponent was shameless enough to use a war of attrition and a sneak attack, Mika remained fearless. Because he possessed god-level mana recovery, even after fighting the Thorn Woman for so long, his mana had actually recovered by 70 or 80%. He wasn't worried about his opponent's war of attrition at all. Mika stepped onto the field and immediately summoned flame armor to protect his entire body. He summoned a spark in his right hand and flicked it toward the man in overcoat. After watching his companion's battle, the man in overcoat didn't dare to underestimate this flickering spark. He directly sent the ice spikes hovering above his head crashing toward Mika. The moment the spark made contact with the ice spikes, it transformed into multiple flame balls. Under the collision of ice and fire, the ice spikes melted into water droplets and fell, causing the temperature on the field to drop sharply. Seeing that his ice spikes had no effect on Mika, and remembering his captain's instructions, the man in overcoat simply stopped holding back. He pulled a star-shaped pendant from his chest, held it between his palms as he pressed them together, and poured his mana into it. A faint light flickered on the star-shaped pendant. Mika didn't pay much attention when he saw the man pull out the pendant, he only felt that it looked somewhat familiar. Seeing the man in overcoat remain motionless for so long with his hands pressed together, Mika couldn't help but mock him, "Are you going to fight or not? If not, hurry up and kill yourself. It's too late for prayers." After speaking, Mika continued preparing his attack, but just as he was about to activate his magic, he sensed something was wrong. The mana within this dual arena's space was gone. To be more precise, the mana around him had vanished. Feeling the change in the surrounding mana, Mika frowned and looked across the field, only to find with surprise that the mana on the opposite side had become much denser. It seemed the man in overcoat was behind this. No wonder he had such a smug, "Victory is assured" look after taking out the star-shaped pendant. Marolona noticed the situation on the field and fell into thought, wondering what kind of item could gather mana to such an extent. Suddenly, after glancing at Arkham, a past event flashed through her mind, and she realized that is a unique magic tool from the Diamond Kingdom. It's a special magic tool created through exquisite design, delicate magic circle engravings, and finally, a rare magic gathering crystal. Hearing Marioleona's words, Arkham didn't hide it at all. Instead, he grinned and admitted it openly. Exactly. This is indeed a magic tool of the Diamond Kingdom, and it is also our secret weapon for victory. Feeling the dense mana permeating around him and seeing Mika's furrowed brow, the man in overcoat's mood instantly brightened. Didn't you think your mana was enough to challenge those of us with 6th realm strength? Now that we've shown just a bit of our power, you're in trouble, aren't you? Mika flicked out a spark, wanting to test if his surroundings had truly become a mana vacuum with absolutely no mana left. The man in overcoat casually summoned an ice shield, blocking the fire spear that the spark had transformed into. Look in a mirror and see what level you are. You're not worthy of fighting us for the magic stones. Mika carefully sensed the flow of mana and found that while a massive amount of mana had been gathered around the man in overcoat, a small amount of mana elements still existed. However, with his current mana control ability, it was still somewhat difficult to perfectly control and utilize these small amounts of mana elements. Mika quickly went through his past experiences in his mind and suddenly remembered the sparring match he had with Marioleona. Back then, Marioleona had used her magic domain during that match, completely controlling the mana elements within her own domain. It was also from that experience that he learned to use magic skin. While recalling what Marioleona looked like when she used her magic domain, Mika worked hard to perceive the few remaining mana elements around him. Seeing that Mika was completely ignoring his mockery, the man in overcoat became fly into a rage. Fine, you want to be noble and ignore me. I'll let you know the consequences of ignoring me. The man in overcoat gripped the star-shaped pendant in one hand, using it as a medium to pull the dense surrounding mana with his own power. Sensing the aura of a massive mana flow from the opposite side, Mika hurriedly looked up in caution, afraid the opponent would catch him off guard. It was the first time he had seen such a vast amount of mana flowing like a small river. A river. An idea flashed through Mika's mind. Since pulling the mana individually was too complex and tedious, he would simply use his own mana as a primer, acting as the main trunk of a small river, and treat all the small surrounding mana elements as tributaries flowing into this river. Guiding it with his own mana and letting the mana flow along with the traction was much more convenient than absorbing those mana elements bit by bit. As soon as the thought occurred to him, Mika wasted no time starting his experiment. He condensed his mana into a line, letting it flow back and forth continuously in the space around him. The occasional mana feedback caused Mika's eyes to gradually light up. It's working. Seeing Mika's behavior, Marioleona's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, gradually settled. She knew Mika was excellent, but she didn't expect him to be this exaggerated. He had only learned magic skin recently, and now he was about to master the magic domain. Drawing in this massive amount of mana, the man in overcoat finally prepared his ultimate move. However, because his own mana control was limited and a large amount of mana was wasted, the man in overcoat could still only manifest magic that was infinitely close to the 5th realm level. Nonetheless, he was very confident. After all, the opponent had been mostly exhausted in the previous match, and with him cutting off the source of mana, Mika couldn't even recover mana. It was impossible to lose. Next, the man in overcoat manipulated the ice element giant he had manifested to charge toward Mika. Looking at the 5-meter-tall ice giant on his side and Mika, who was still wasting mana by letting it scurry around the surrounding space, the man in overcoat felt that using the ice giant against Mika was truly redundant. The opponent was probably scared witless. On Mika's side, after using his own mana to pull all the surrounding mana, he understood the flow of mana around him perfectly. It could be said to be entirely within his grasp. Looking up at the approaching ice giant, a smile curled on Mika's lips. 2 sparks were jumping incessantly in his right palm. Seeing Mika retract his mana, a smile also appeared on Marioleona's face. It seems he has mastered the magic domain. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Black Clover, The Ordinary Spark Knight. Part 2. Mika felt the mana within the magic domain. His own mana perception seemed to be infinitely heightened, conservatively estimated to have reached the level of the first realm. More importantly, he felt the mana he had previously consumed constantly recovering within his body, meaning the man in overcoat's plan to prevent Mika from recovering mana through a magic tool was no longer viable. Facing the ice giant's attack, Mika used the flight technique to easily dodge in midair. As they crossed paths, Mika's mana perception discovered that although the ice giant was massive and possessed staggering strength, its speed was simply too slow. Although the man in overcoat had summoned the ice giant using dense mana, he had blindly focused on its size and attack power, completely neglecting its flexibility. After dodging the ice giant's attack, Mika hovered in the air and flicked the two wisps of sparks in his right hand, one after the other, at the ice giant and the man in overcoat. After all, there was no reason to just keep taking hits. One wisp of spark transformed into a flame hand axe. Under Mika's control, it hacked at the ice giant's ankles blow after blow. In the collision of fire and ice, even though the ice giant was a spell close to the level of the fifth realm, it was still hacked by Mika's flame hand axe until water droplets and ice shards scattered everywhere. The man in overcoat couldn't believe that the ice giant he had summoned with such hard work was being forced back by a hand axe transformed from a spark Mika had casually summoned. He shouted at Mika in a rage, "You only have the strength of the 8 domains level, how can you casually use 6th realm magic? This is impossible." The man in overcoat tightly squeezed the star-shaped pendant in his hand and glared at Mika viciously. "I regret a bit now that when I went to Haji village 5 years ago, I didn't check thoroughly enough. I only cared about snatching the magic tool from your parents' hands, allowing you to survive until now. But it doesn't matter. I'll just solve the trouble I left behind back then. What a pity, you're actually going to die at the hands of the relic your own parents left behind. How ironic." As the man in overcoat spoke, he conjured an ice shield, blocking the flame spear transformed from Mika's other wisp of spark. Mika's movements slowed down abruptly upon hearing news of his parents. He only knew that his parents were killed by the black-hearted bandit group, but this was the first time he had heard anything about a relic. Seeing Mika staring at him, the man in overcoat brandished the star-shaped pendant in his hand and gave a sinister laugh. "This is what I got from Haji village back then, it was held tightly in your father's hand. If I remember correctly, your father should have had his eyes poked blind before he died. I did that." Seeing Mika's expression become increasingly distorted with rage, the man in overcoat added fuel to the fire. "Who told your parents to take things they shouldn't have? It's a pity their constitutions were too weak. They were already done for before I could even really torture them." The man in overcoat's indifferent tone, coupled with his reminiscent expression, caused Mika's fury to explode completely. Mika's magic domain opened fully. The mana permeating around him made both Marolona and Arkham look over in surprise. Arkham sensed that dense mana and was startled. How is this possible? This is already a total mana capacity of the 3rd realm level. He's clearly only at the 8 domains level, and after fighting for so long, how can he still have so much mana? Marolona felt the emotion of anger from Mika's mana, mixed with a hint of sadness. A flash of pity and apology crossed her eyes as she looked at him. Mika's heart was filled with rage. He no longer had any intention of playing games with the man in overcoat. He now only wanted to poke the man in overcoat's eyes blind and take back the item his parents had left for him. Mika flicked 5 or 6 sparks in succession toward the ice giant, then turned around and stopped paying attention to what was behind him. He stared straight at the man in overcoat, making the man feel a bit uneasy. The ice giant had just finished consuming the mana of the flame hand axe when 5 or 6 sparks were thrown its way one after another. They transformed into flame balls and exploded on the ice giant's body. The ice giant ultimately failed to withstand the damage from the chain of explosions and was finally blown to pieces, with ice shards flying everywhere. Even such a loud noise didn't make Mika look back once, showing that Mika's hatred for the man in overcoat had reached its peak. Mika condensed 5 wisps of sparks in the palm of his right hand and walked toward the man in overcoat step by step. Even the flames of the flame armor on his body gradually grew more vigorous with his steps. Seeing Mika constantly approaching and sensing the dense mana around him, the man in overcoat laughed. Aren't you relying on your abundance of mana? This time, I'll use the method you're best at to defeat you. Immediately after, ice balls condensed in front of the man in overcoat, and he aimed them at Mika, smashing them over. Seeing the ice balls coming toward him, Mika couldn't help but laugh. Then, 4 of the sparks in his hand transformed directly into fire shields to protect his surroundings, while the last wisp transformed into a flame baseball bat, which he gripped tightly in his hand. In the magic domain state, Mika's own mana sensing and flexibility were greatly improved. He batted back every single ice ball that managed to rush through the gaps in the fire shields. Seeing Mika solve his ice ball attack this way, the man in overcoat was very displeased. He wanted to keep attacking incessantly, attempting to see whether Mika had more physical stamina or if his own mana would run out first. The ice ball attack continued for quite a while. Mika keenly noticed that the speed and rhythm of the ice balls were much slower than at the beginning, so he spoke up to provoke the man in overcoat. Why have you slowed down? Are you not capable enough? You only saw my attack style. Didn't you notice that I also have great endurance? The man in overcoat didn't understand why Mika, who looked so thin and weak, had such abundant physical strength to be able to last so long. His own internal mana had been drained until almost nothing was left after this exchange of blows. How could the man in overcoat know that Mika had been mocked by the townspeople because of his mana talent and the passing of his parents, but had followed Asta in physical training for 4 or 5 years? This small amount of physical exertion was naturally nothing to him. When Mika walked step by step in front of the man in overcoat holding the flame baseball bat, the man in overcoat's mana was already exhausted. He sat slumped on the ground powerlessly, looking at Mika with vacant eyes. Mika looked down at the man in overcoat's despondent appearance and thought back to his triumphant expression when he spoke of raiding Haji village just now. A wave of disgust rose in his heart. This is the end. I will terminate your filthy life. After saying that, he flicked out a wisp of spark, which transformed into a dagger and stabbed into the man in overcoat's eye. The flames of the undying flame erupted in his mind, and the fire quickly enveloped his entire body. When the flames extinguished, only that star-shaped pendant remained. Mika looked at the pendant and reached out to place it in his bosom. Seeing Mika's action, Arkham shouted loudly from the corridor, "Stop right there. Put down the thing in your hand. That's not something you should take." Mika ignored Arkham's shouting and instead turned his gaze toward the stairs that had just appeared in the dueling arena. At the end of the stairs was the place where the magic stone was enshrined. He could finally come into contact with the magic stone. He wondered what new functions the system would have after it finished absorbing the energy and upgraded. Mika was looking forward to it. Mika walked along the steps toward the location of the mana stone and saw a khaki stone shining brilliantly on the pedestal. It seems this is the mana stone. Mika thought as he reached out and grasped the mana stone in his hand. Ding! System has detected strange energy and is absorbing it. The system is preparing to upgrade. Ding! Energy absorption complete. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, the system has upgraded to version 2.0. Ding! Mission. The beginning of evolution has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining a new magic element, Earth Magic. Congratulations on obtaining a new personal talent, same element enhancement. Ding! The reward for the system's first upgrade is 1 10-pull draw. The 10-pull draw is guaranteed to yield an ability upgrade card. Ding! Earth Magic has taken its place in the 4-leaf Clover Grimoire, and the host's strength has increased to the 6th realm. With a series of system prompts and a large amount of rewards, Mika instantly felt that all his previous efforts were worth it. Mika noticed he had awakened new magic and a talent, so he carefully checked what his new talent was. Same element enhancement. 3 magic spells of the same element fuse into one, and the magic's power is increased by 1 realm. Mika was stunned after seeing his new talent, then grinned and began to laugh loudly. It can increase power by 1 realm. Doesn't that mean with his current 6th realm strength, he can burst out 4th realm strength by relying on Lingxi Finger and same element enhancement? If he used fire magic, with the bonus from the flame elemental seed Undying Flame, his fire magic attack would be nearing the 3rd realm. 3rd realm. That leader of the black-hearted bandit group named Arkham only seemed to be at the 3rd realm level. He still had a mission regarding the black-hearted bandit group to eliminate future troubles. It seemed he would need to have a good chat with him in a while. After Mika finished checking his new talent, he noticed he had 110 pull draw opportunity and simply used it directly. Ding! Gotcha opportunity has been used. Congratulations on obtaining 1 skill enhancement card. Congratulations on obtaining 1 skill enhancement card. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Different Dimension Storage Space. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Disguise Technique. Congratulations on obtaining, Better Luck Next Time. Congratulations on obtaining item, Earth Element Seed, Radiant Rock. Congratulations on obtaining item, God Realm Strength 5-minute trial card X1. Congratulations on obtaining item 10 Senzu Beans. Congratulations on obtaining, Better Luck Next Time. Congratulations on obtaining 1 ability upgrade card. Ding! Radiant Rock has fused into Earth Magic. Magic power is increased by 1 realm, and the Steadfastness effect is added. Steadfastness. When using defensive magic of the Earth magic element, the magic defense is linked to the user's mana. As long as mana is not exhausted, the defense will not break. After Mika finished counting his gains, he directly used the ability upgrade card on his total mana capacity. His total mana capacity increased to the 0 domain level, and coupled with steadfastness, his survival capability greatly increased. The skill enhancement cards were all used by Mika on Lingxi Finger. After undergoing 3 skill upgrades, Lingxi Finger finally reached the maximum skill level and upgraded into a talent. Lingxi Finger. For magic cast from the hand, the magic's power is increased by 1 realm, and it comes with the Spirit Accumulation and Spirit Burst effects. Spirit Accumulation. Every time Lingxi Finger is cast, it leaves a bit of Lingxi power in the center of the palm, outlining the silhouette of a 4-leaf clover. When the outline of 1 leaf is formed, the Spirit Burst effect is added. Spirit Burst. All the Lingxi power in the palm mixes with the mana, bursting with power that enhances the magic's strength by 1 realm. 1 leaf of the 4-leaf clover outline in the palm disappears. Mika's rewards were finally all collected. He summoned his personal panel to check his current strength, preparing to settle things with Arkham once and for all in a moment. Total mana. 0 domain level. Magic attack. 6th realm level. Magic defense. 6th realm level. Magic control. 5th realm level. Magic recovery. God realm level. Magic perception. 6th realm level. Fire element. Undying flame magic attack. 5th realm level. Fire element. Undying flame magic defense. 5th realm level. Earth element. Radiant rock magic attack. 5th realm level. Earth element. Radiant rock magic defense. 5th realm level. Talents. Ever-changing, same element enhancement, Lingxi Finger. Skills. Different dimension space, disguise technique. Items. God Realm Strength 5-minute trial card X1, Senzu Beans X10. The Mana Stone, having had its energy absorbed by the system, had become dim and lusterless, no longer possessing its brilliant appearance from before, but Mika still sensed that the Mana Stone contained immense energy. As the light of the Mana Stone faded, the magic barrier in the corridor of the ruins finally disappeared due to a lack of mana. Arkham had been watching Mika's actions toward the Mana Stone. When he saw that Mika's aura surged wildly after touching the Mana Stone, reaching the 6th realm level, while the light of the Mana Stone dimmed. His hand gripping the corridor railing was trembling incessantly, for fear that Mika would absorb all the energy of the Mana Stone and delay their great cause. The moment the magic barrier disappeared, Arkham pushed off with both hands, flipped over the corridor railing and leapt down, heading straight for Mika, or rather, for the Mana Stone in Mika's hand. Arkham's third realm strength completely erupted, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking straight toward Mika. At the same time, relying on his lightning attribute and high speed, Arkham intended to snatch the mana stone directly from Mika's hand. But Mika had long been prepared for this situation. 3 wisps of small sparks appeared in his right palm. After he closed his palm and then opened it, a bright spark appeared in his hand. With a gentle push forward, the spark transformed into an iris fire shield, blocking the lightning attack. Simultaneously, his flame armor emerged from within his body as he cautiously dealt with Arkham's attack. The expression on Arkham's face became anxious. He hadn't expected Mika to actually block his lightning attack. He roared at Mika, "I have 3rd realm strength. Even if you have 6th realm strength and obtained the mana stone's power, it should be impossible for you to withstand my full power attack." Arkham seized the time and unleashed 2 more magic spells at the Iris Fire Shield, and the Iris Fire Shield finally began to show signs of failing. Arkham showed a look of joy, intending to break through the fire shield in one fell swoop and snatch the mana stone. More importantly, Arkham clearly knew that he was no match for Marolona, so he could only take the initiative to seize the mana stone before Marolona could react. Before Arkham could cast magic again, Marolona had also reacted, and her fist of raging fire came whistling through the air. With just a single strike, Arkham was sent flying to the wall of the ruins by a single punch from Marolona, tumbled several times, spat out a mouthful of blood, and only after a while did he crawl up from the ground, sitting leaning against the corner. Marolona saw that her single strike had only heavily injured Arkham and wanted to continue the attack to kill him directly. At that moment, Arkham spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted loudly at Mika, "Mika, don't you want to know about your parents? You don't think your meeting with Marolona was just an accident, do you?" Arkham's words gave Mika a huge shock. He looked at Arkham with a face full of astonishment, finding his words hard to believe. Could there be some secret behind his parents' past? Was Marolona also approaching him with an ulterior motive? These questions kept swirling in Mika's mind. He wanted to know what the truth really was. Mika frowned and spoke up to stop Marolona's next attack. "Wait, Marolona, don't kill him yet. Let him speak. I want to know exactly what happened back then." After hearing Arkham's words, Marolona clearly wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. Before she could strike again, Mika's words made her pause. A trace of struggle flashed across her expression. Then, Marolona turned to look at Mika with a gaze full of inexplicable meaning. She didn't continue her attack, but stood silently to the side, saying no more. Mika, holding the magic stone, looked back and forth between Arkham and Marolona. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Seeing that his words had finally made the other party stop, Arkham breathed a sigh of relief. He organized his thoughts slightly and spoke slowly. "Your parents weren't from the Clover Kingdom, they escaped from the Diamond Kingdom." Arkham's first sentence left Mika stunned. His parents had actually escaped from the Diamond Kingdom. What exactly happened back then that forced them to flee? Even more questions flashed through Mika's mind, but he didn't interrupt, choosing instead to listen quietly. Arkham covered his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood, staining his left hand red. Even the ring on his hand was splattered with blood. He caught his breath. The Diamond Kingdom's land and resources are barren. They focused on developing magic science and conducted many magic experiments. Many people in the Diamond Kingdom perished in those experiments, only the most outstanding among them were lucky enough to survive. Your parents were among those who luckily survived the magic experiments and were highly valued by the 8 Shining Generals. Your father, in particular, achieved great military honors in the conflicts between the Diamond Kingdom and other nations. Even among magic knights, he was a powerful existence. Mika became even more confused as he listened. His parents were subordinates of the Diamond Kingdom's 8 Shining Generals and possessed such formidable strength. This was completely different from the image of his parents in his memories. In his mind, his dad was gentle and refined, occasionally snatching his snacks, and his mom was gentle and virtuous, only watching warmly as his dad played with him. Such an image of his parents couldn't be connected to some magic knights at all. Mika looked at Arkham with a skeptical gaze, filled with deep doubt about what he was saying. Arkham noticed Mika's skeptical look and spread his hands. Everything I'm saying is true. If you think it's too bizarre, you can ask the person next to you. Your parents' identities are one of the reasons you ran into her just as you left the village. Mika turned an inquiring gaze toward Marolona. Marolona stood with her arms crossed, neither confirming nor denying Arkham's words, and gave no response to Mika's inquiry. Seeing Mika's reaction, Arkham chuckled and continued, because your father achieved military honors, and it just so happened that the magic experiments at the time made progress, he was rewarded with a magic tool by the 8 Shining Generals. It was because of this magic tool that a series of events were triggered. A magic tool. Mika's heart stirred. He reached out his right hand and retrieved the star-shaped pendant from his interdimensional storage space, letting it appear in his palm. Arkham was drawn by Mika's movement, his eyes following the star-shaped pendant. A magic tool wouldn't have been much on its own. After all, it was a gift from the 8 Shining Generals. But he absolutely should not have conspired with your mother to steal a magic gathering crystal to set into his own magic tool, then fooled his death during a battle to flee the Diamond Kingdom with it. Arkham grew more excited as he spoke, gesturing with his hands. That's a magic gathering crystal. A national-level strategic resource. Just the magic gathering crystal on that magic tool in your hand is valuable enough to demand that the Clover Kingdom grant you Haji Village as your own private territory. If it weren't for the influence of these ruins, I would never have given it to someone else to use. My pig of a teammate screwed me over. Arkham remembered that the magic tool in Mika's hand was taken from his side, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, unable to stop himself from swearing. Calming himself down, Arkham continued to explain to Mika, you must have experienced the effect of the magic gathering crystal during the battle just now. And the magic gathering crystal on this magic tool isn't even 1% the size of the one your father stole. The loss of so many strategic resources sparked the immense fury of the 8 Shining Generals. For a time, not just the Diamond Kingdom, but several neighboring countries were searching for your parents' tracks. But they just seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing for 10 long years. It wasn't until 5 years ago that it was discovered they had been living in Haji Village all along, which is why the raid on Haji Village happened 5 years ago. In other words, Haji Village was raided because of your parents. As Arkham spoke, his eyes turned hazy, clearly lost in his own memories. Arkham's words shocked Mika greatly. He had always harbored deep hostility toward the black-hearted bandit group for raiding Haji Village and killing his parents, but he never expected there were so many stories behind it. Arkham sighed deeply, looking at the magic tool in Mika's hand. At the time, I received news claiming that a magic gathering crystal had appeared in Haji Village, along with images of your parents. I headed straight there. I had a great battle with your parents there. Your father had been wounded by the 8 Shining Generals when he fled the Diamond Kingdom, so his strength was barely a tenth of what it used to be. People from the Clover Kingdom also received the news, but by the time they arrived, we had already gotten what we wanted and left. The only regret was that the magic gathering crystal we obtained back then was only a tiny bit. By the way, that lady next to you was one of the members of the team that came back then. After saying this, Arkham glanced at Marolona, who stood silently to the side. Mika looked at Marolona with a complex expression and signaled for Arkham to continue. Later, news spread that your parents left the magic gathering crystal to you. Although we didn't know if it was true or false, the magic gathering crystal we got before wasn't enough for us to report back, so we decided to find an opportunity to capture you and question you thoroughly. That is the real reason Riichi appeared in Haji Village. Arkham continued in a somewhat frustrated tone, but we didn't expect you to become so powerful after obtaining your grimoire. Riichi failed, and the royal capital sent Marolona over. They simply want to use you too, to lure us out and also to find out if your parents really left the magic gathering crystal to you. Poor you, still foolishly thinking she's actually being good to you. After hearing Arkham's words, Mika's heart was in turmoil. He looked at Marolona silently, just about to say something. Arkham seemed to sense something. The blood-stained ring on his hand glowed, and he couldn't help but shout loudly, cough, cough. Leader, save me. Arkham's sudden loud cry for help momentarily stunned Mika and Marolona. Before Mika could react, a figure appeared before him and slashed at him with a light sword. The pressure from the violently fluctuating magic made Mika feel like he was about to suffocate. Mika tried desperately to dodge the magic, but found himself pinned by the figure's overwhelming presence. Unable to move his body, he could only focus on coating himself with magic to minimize the damage as much as possible. Just as Mika was about to take the full force of the light sword attack, another fiery red figure lunged into the narrow space between him and the sword, shielding him. It was Marolona. Marolona used her body to block the light sword for Mika. However, because she had acted so hastily, she hadn't had time to protect her own surroundings properly. PFF'd. Marolona spat out a mouthful of blood, the remnants trickling down the corner of her mouth. She struggled to stay on her feet, barely preventing herself from collapsing. Seeing Marolona severely injured from saving him, Mika quickly reached out to support her shoulders, preventing her from falling to the ground. At the same time, he looked at the figure who had suddenly appeared in the ruins, wanting to see exactly who this person Arkham called leader was. It was him. When Mika finally saw the figure clearly, the fog in his mind instantly dissipated. He should have realized it the moment he heard about the magic stones. It was just that his mind had been so occupied with system upgrades that he had subconsciously ignored this organization. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Eye of the White Knight. No, it should be Patri. Although he was still wearing a mask, his unique light attribute magic and his clear objective of obtaining the magic stones made Mika certain it was him. Seeing Arkham leaning weakly against the corner of the ruins, Patri said softly, "I came as soon as I received your distress signal. Fortunately, I made it in time. Wait just a moment, I'll take you back once I've dealt with them." Patri then turned his gaze toward Mika, or more accurately, toward the magic stone in Mika's hand. Mika also noticed Patri's gaze fixed on the magic stone, realizing that he was holding a hot potato. The person across from him was a psychopath who had founded the Clover Kingdom's notorious terrorist organization, the Eye of the White Knight, just to collect magic stones. On the surface, he seemed to care deeply for his members, but in reality, it was because they were all sacrifices for his elf reincarnation plan. He would be upset if any of them died. With such a psychotic obsessive, God only knows what he would do to get the magic stone. Furthermore, since Marolona had been severely injured saving him, Mika couldn't bring himself to abandon her, regardless of whether their meeting had been prearranged. Mika looked at the magic stone in his hand, then at Marolona in his arms. After a moment's thought, he made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. Mika took out the 5-minute God Realm Strength trial card from his different dimension space, flipped Patri the bird, and then used the card immediately. Mika's thought was simple. Since Patri was bound to attack for the magic stone anyway, rather than letting him strike first and being beaten passively, he might as well go big. He'd activate his cheat first and give Patri a beating. Just as Patri was about to move and snatch the magic stone from Mika's hand, he sensed an abnormal change in the magic fluctuations within his opponent. A strange surge of energy erupted from Mika's body. Patri's heart tightened, and he instinctively cast a light shield around himself. He was cautious when dealing with unknown energy. Mika carefully felt the changes within him. His magic perception had returned to a god-level degree. To his surprise, he found that through his god-level perception, he could keenly detect the points where the magic flow in the opponent's spells was obstructed. If he could accurately control his magic to strike those spots, the opponent's spells would instantly disintegrate. Mika flicked a small spark that flew toward a point on the light shield. The spark transformed into a flaming spear and thrust fiercely at the shield's blind spot. Arkham saw that Mika was still using the same old tricks with nothing new. Furthermore, his leader was a zero-domain powerhouse. Didn't Mika see that even Marolona had been heavily wounded in a single blow? Mika wouldn't be jumping around for much longer. He'd be dealt with and made submissive in no time. Arkham's daydream had only just begun when Mika's flaming spear struck Patri's light shield. The moment the flaming spear touched the light shield, Patri sensed something was wrong and quickly dodged. The next second, The light shield shattered, and the collision of massive amounts of magic triggered a series of explosions. Patri flew into the air, avoiding the blast radius in advance. Mika, unhurried, pushed his palm forward, and a wall of fire appeared before him and Marolona in an instant. Even such violent explosive waves couldn't cause the fire wall to waver. As for that unlucky fellow Arkham, he was caught in the shockwave of the explosion, spat out another mouthful of blood, and passed out. Patri was dumbfounded. This wasn't the same Mika he had just encountered. How did he suddenly become so fierce? Mika didn't give Patri a moment to breathe. The god-level human fireball machine began operating once more. Patri looked toward Mika, about to say something, but was immediately bombarded by countless fireballs. His expression turned extremely grim as he was forced to keep moving, desperately dodging the fireball attacks. It wasn't that Patri didn't want to cast defensive magic, but rather that any spell he cast would mysteriously disintegrate on its own after blocking for only a brief moment. As a result, Patri's magic consumption was exceptionally high. To save magic, he tried his best to dodge Mika's fireballs, only raising a shield to take a direct hit when he absolutely couldn't avoid it. In fact, Patri really wanted to grab Arkham and ask how on earth he had managed to hold out against Mika until help arrived. Were they just chatting the whole time? But when Patri finally had a chance to glance at Arkham, he saw that the man had already fainted. He was nearly fuming with rage, inwardly cursing Arkham for being such a liability. Finally, Mika stopped releasing fireballs. He realized that at this pace, he wouldn't be able to finish off Patri before his time ran out. He couldn't keep this up. He needed to escape as soon as possible. Mika tried using the skills of his different dimension space and found that, with the boost from the God Realm Strength card, he could achieve an effect similar to a space gate to leave this space. However, he wasn't sure exactly where the other side would lead. But every time he tried to use the different dimension space, Patri would launch an attack to interfere, preventing him from successfully using it to take Marolona and leave. Seeing that there were only 30 seconds left on his God Realm Strength trial card, Mika began to grow anxious. Mika looked down at his hand and realized he was still holding the magic stone. A thought instantly flashed through his mind, and he simultaneously glanced in his intended direction. Mika then tossed the magic stone in his hand a few times, noticing that Patri's gaze was fixed intently on it. In the next moment, the magic stone was enveloped in flames. After Mika took aim, he threw it with all his might. Seeing Mika throw the magic stone, Patri ignored everything else and immediately chased after it. Mika took the opportunity to cast different dimension space again, stepping through the spatial portal with Marolona. At the instant the spatial portal was about to vanish, Mika saw a figure suddenly rise in the direction he had thrown the stone, blocking it before collapsing once more. Ultimately, Patri snatched the magic stone. Arkham never imagined that while he was minding his own business being unconscious, he would be struck by a stone just as he woke up and stood, completely losing his life. Ding. Task. Eliminate future troubles completed. Congratulations on obtaining one lottery chance. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Mika realized that Arkham had been killed by his final strike. After obtaining the magic stone, Patri immediately flew toward the spatial portal. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Mika had already left the ruins with Marolona. After exiting the spatial portal, Mika found himself and Marolona in the air above a lake. They were descending rapidly, so he quickly cast flight technique to carry Marolona toward the shore. While flying toward the shore, Mika noticed that the sky outside was already full of stars. The lake's surface shimmered under the moonlight, and schools of fish kept leaping out of the water. In particular, there was a fiery red fish that was quite beautiful. Wait, a fiery red fish. Ding. Found heterogeneous creature. Please capture a certain number of xenomorphs. Task. The singularity of the heterogeneous creature. Mika realized he had encountered a task, but the priority was still to get Marolona to the shore. Marolona lay on the shore of the lake, her wounds a shocking sight. Mika remembered he had obtained 10 senzu beans from the system lottery and quickly took one out to feed it to her. A system product is bound to be a premium product. After Marolona ate the senzu bean, her aura began to slowly recover after just a short while. Marolona sat up and found that she had completely recovered from her heavy injuries. She looked at Mika with a startled expression. What was that thing you just gave me? It's a miraculous healing medicine. My injuries are completely healed after just one. Seeing Marolona recover, Mika felt relieved. He said somewhat bashfully, it's nothing, just an ordinary healing medicine, not worth mentioning. You blocked a hit for me, so it's only right that I save you. Then, the two of them looked at each other, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, Marolona broke the silence. I indeed came from the royal capital. Initially, I was commissioned by them to investigate you, to see if you really obtained a magic gathering crystal from your parents. The location I took you for special training was also pre-selected. The intention was to lure that group of people out. Feeling Mika's gaze, Marolona met his eyes, but through my contact with you, I realized that you had no idea about the magic gathering crystal at all, and your hatred for the black-hearted bandit group was very pure. Mika interrupted Marolona. How did you determine that I knew nothing about the magic gathering crystal? Marolona laughed at his words and looked Mika over carefully. Your combat techniques are superficial. You don't even know how to use magic skin, which shows you rarely practice mana control. If you had a magic gathering crystal and were in contact with that much mana regularly, magic skin would be second nature. Then Marolona said to Mika, take out the magic tool you got from that man in overcoat. I'll tell you how to use it. Mika took out the star-shaped pendant from the different dimension space and handed it to Marolona. Seeing Mika's ability to retrieve items out of thin air again, Marolona remarked with emotion, you're bringing me more and more surprises. Marolona took the magic tool Mika handed over and pointed to the center of the star shape. This pure black crystal is what we call a magic gathering crystal. You can carry this magic tool with you, it can enhance your mana perception and mana control. In other words, this magic tool is a rare treasure even in the Diamond Kingdom, where magic experiments are prevalent. After hearing Marolona's words, Mika took the magic tool and hung it around his neck. He found that his mana control had risen from the 5th realm to the 4th realm, and his mana perception had jumped directly from the 6th realm to the 4th realm. More importantly, after putting on this magic tool, he clearly felt the mana concentration around him rising continuously. With his divine realm level magic recovery ability, Mika felt he could go a step further on the path to becoming a human magic generator. When the time comes, while others can only cast a few spells, Mika will be casting magic non-stop. Even when others' internal mana is exhausted, Mika will still be casting magic incessantly. Seeing Mika playing with the magic tool, Marolona reminded him, this experience was very strange. My assignment to investigate you was a top secret of the royal capital. But I only realized after getting here that the people from the black-hearted bandit group seemed well prepared for my arrival. I suspect there's a spy within the royal capital, so I need to go back early to investigate. Marolona looked at Mika. Do you plan to go to the royal capital with me, or go by yourself? If you come with me, I can help you find someone in the royal capital to further train your mana perception. Mika wanted to go to the royal capital with Marolona, but thinking of the system task he had just received, he politely declined her suggestion. Marolona wasn't surprised by Mika's refusal, but she cautioned him again. If there really is someone in the royal capital up to no good, you must be careful when you get there. If anything happens, you can come find me. Before Marolona left, Mika asked her if she knew anything about heterogeneous creatures. According to Marolona, heterogeneous creatures are mainly mutated from their own species. Every xenomorph has special abilities and a certain level of strength. In the royal capital of the Clover Kingdom, some people buy the corpses of heterogeneous creatures at high prices to make into specimens and display them at home to show off their strength. However, heterogeneous creatures appear more frequently in high magic zones. The living environment for magic beasts there is harsh, and magic elements are dense. In the struggle for survival, it's easier for a xenomorph to emerge, and they are naturally more powerful. Mika sat on the shore of the lake, staring at the fiery red fish that occasionally leapt out of the water and spat fire toward the sky, lost in thought. A fish that can breathe fire, how am I supposed to catch it? Considering that the fire spirit fish lived in the water, what Mika needed to do was first attract its attention and draw it away from that aquatic environment to better take action. Mika cast flight technique once more, floating above the lake and quietly observing the movements on the surface. He discovered a pattern regarding the fire spirit fish. Every 2 days, it would leap out of the lake surface with its school and travel along a certain route. There were exceptions, however. For instance, once while the fire spirit fish was on its patrol, Mika had cast his fire magic to see if he could attack it directly. As a result, just as he condensed a small spark, he found that the fire spirit fish changed its route and charged straight toward him. The fire spirit fish, with its 6th realm strength, led a group of fish with 7th realm and 8 domain strength to unleash a barrage of attacks at Mika. He had no idea how he had provoked them. Facing the incoming water arrow technique, which was interspersed with a pillar of fire, Mika condensed a small pebble in his right hand and threw it toward the approaching magic. The moment the pebble struck the water arrow technique, it transformed directly into an earth wall. The streams of water crashed against the earth wall one after another, and the droplets from the shattered magic fell onto the lake, creating ripples. When Mika withdrew the spark in his hand and intended to go all out with earth magic to deal with the school's attack, he found that the fire spirit fish led the group away and continued swimming along its set route. The sudden attack and the equally inexplicable departure, this strange behavior left Mika somewhat baffled. After several more tests, Mika discovered that every time he prepared to cast fire magic, the fire spirit fish would lead its school in a relentless pursuit. He eventually realized that his flame elemental seed held a fatal attraction for fire-type xenomorphs. Judging by the fire spirit fish's desperate attacks, obtaining this flame elemental seed would likely be of immense benefit to it. Having figured this out, Mika had some ideas for capturing the fire spirit fish, and he only needed to wait for it to appear again to confirm them. Today was Mika's 5th day by the lake, and he was just waiting for the fire spirit fish to reappear so he could implement his capture plan. While Mika was patiently waiting for the fire spirit fish to appear, a group of people emerged from the nearby woods, men and women, about 4 or 5 of them. The group glanced at Mika, who was sitting by the lake, but ignored him and found another spot to sit together and rest. Mika noticed that some people had returned, his brow furrowing slightly. After sensing their magic power, he found that even the yellow-haired youth with the highest magic was only at the 5th realm level. He relaxed slightly and continued waiting for the fire spirit fish. After waiting for a while, just as the group was preparing to leave, ripples began to appear on the lake surface, and the fire spirit fish appeared again with its school. Mika immediately stood up and cast flight technique to fly over the lake, staring at the spot where the fire spirit fish had appeared. The group also noticed the movement on the lake, especially the moment they saw the fire spirit fish. They all erupted in excitement. Is that a heterogeneous creature? A petite girl exclaimed, covering her mouth. The yellow-haired youth nodded, his eyes moving back and forth with the fire spirit fish's movements. That's right, it's a heterogeneous creature, a fire spirit fish. A fire spirit fish. I wish I could have one to keep at home, or even if it's made into a specimen, it would be very beautiful. The yellow-haired youth looked at the petite girl who had spoken. If you want it, we'll just buy it later. Hearing the boy's words, the petite girl's eyes curved into crescents with joy. Wow, that's great, Brother Dea. I'm just afraid they won't be willing to sell it to us. The youth Dea looked toward Mika. Seeing that Mika could actually leap into the air, a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. However, seeing that Mika's clothes were extremely ordinary, he assumed Mika wasn't from any noble family. More importantly, he discovered that Mika only had 6th realm strength, which further set his mind at ease. Since Mika's strength couldn't compare to his own 5th realm, he would try being polite first. If Mika didn't know what was good for him, he would make him suffer. Mika ignored what the group by the lake was saying. His attention was entirely captured by the fire spirit fish. With his previous experience, Mika directly tossed out a small spark. Feeling the aura of the flame elemental seed, the fire spirit fish was like a shark smelling blood in the sea, charging straight at Mika. Along with the fire spirit fish, its school of fish subordinates also rushed over, accompanied by a spectacular barrage of water arrow technique. Mika skillfully condensed a pebble in his right hand and threw it toward the water arrow technique. In an instant, the pebble transformed into a rock wall, blocking all the incoming water arrows. The earthy yellow earth wall remained steady. A few water arrows bypassed Mika and struck the rocks on the shore directly, causing them to crack open. Mika also noticed the sorry state of the rocks on the shore, but he remained unperturbed, even feeling a bit amused. You've got to be kidding, my earth magic is at least boosted by the earth elemental seed radiant rock. Just by relying on the steadfastness trait of the radiant rock, as long as I still have magic power, I don't have to worry about my defense breaking at all. Holy crap, that person's defense is incredible. Even with attacks that smashed the rocks on the shore to pieces, he wasn't affected in the slightest. Exactly. Those water arrows were at least at the 7th realm level, and only Dea among us can withstand such an attack. Yet this youth does it effortlessly. Feeling the flames so close at hand, the fire spirit fish grew increasingly agitated. Finding its subordinates rather ineffective, it simply decided to take the field itself. The fire spirit fish began spinning around its own tail faster and faster, the energy accumulating in its body rising continuously. The school of fish moved away from the fire spirit fish one after another, and the surrounding lake water, unable to withstand the high temperature, began to boil and evaporate. Noticing the energy on the fire spirit fish, Mika stroked his chin, his gaze toward the fish becoming even more intense. Because the system had just given him another reminder in his mind. Ding! The xenomorph fire spirit fish has entered a state of rage. Capture it as soon as possible to obtain more rewards. More rewards. Hearing the system's final reminder, Mika's gaze toward the fire spirit fish softened slightly. With a flick of its tail, the fire spirit fish slapped the lake surface and leapt into the air, spinning faster and faster. Flames gradually enveloped its entire body, slowly forming a fire tornado in the air that crashed toward Mika. Seeing the fire tornado the fire spirit fish had transformed into, the crowd on the shore felt their lips go dry and swallowed hard. Is this freaking thing a 6th realm xenomorph? This attack has reached the 5th realm level. People looked at Mika's back with a hint of pity. The fire tornado formed by the fire spirit fish spun rapidly, and the surrounding flames were extremely hot. In just a short while, a thin layer of mist had formed on the lake's surface because of the fire tornado. Seeing that the fire tornado formed by the fire spirit fish in such a short time had already created mist on the lake, one could imagine how staggering the temperature of those flames was. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "This is only a xenomorph of the 6th realm, yet it's already this powerful. Brother Dea's family has a specimen of a 5th realm xenomorph. This just shows how deep the foundations of Brother Dea's family are." Hearing this, Dea raised his eyebrows subtly and quickly waved his hand. "It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. I just benefited a little from my parents, I was only the one who delivered the final blow. Wow, Brother Dea is so amazing. Then this 6th realm xenomorph is definitely no match for Brother Dea either. HMPH, that guy really got lucky, he'll even get to make a fortune from us in a moment." The petite girl looked at Dea with an expression of worship. Hearing the girl's words, Dea felt like he was walking on air. "Don't worry, I'll definitely get this fire spirit fish for you." Upon hearing Dea's words, the girl excitedly hugged his arm. Feeling the softness against his arm, Dea couldn't help but feel a bit distracted, and he no longer cared as much about Mika's actions as before. Mika didn't care at all about what the people on the shore were saying, nor was he concerned about the fire spirit fish's attack. After all, the rock wall in front of him, bolstered by his dual talents of same element enhancement and Lingxi finger, currently had a magic defense at the level of the 3rd realm. In his view, aside from being grand and intimidating, the fire spirit fish's fire tornado was just a flashy but useless show that couldn't even break through his defense. Right now, he was only thinking about how to restrain it and capture it directly. Wait, Restriction. Mika suddenly remembered the two members of the black-hearted bandit group he and Marolona had encountered in the valley. Although those two ended up killing each other in a double cross, they had given Mika great inspiration. Mika's hands moved continuously, manipulating the rock wall in front of him to crash into the fire tornado. The fire tornado and the rock wall collided violently, and a massive burst of energy enveloped them both. Then, with a loud bang, the lake beneath Mika's feet splashed up due to the explosion, even revealing the lakebed. Someone on the shore was even frightened into sitting on the ground by the sudden loud noise. Even for someone with the strength of the fifth realm like Dea, his ears were ringing. Because of the loud noise, everyone's attention was drawn to the lake, but they could only see a layer of mist obscuring the figures of Mika and the fire spirit fish. Within the mist, Mika looked at the undamaged rock wall in front of him, then at the fire spirit fish, which was now covered in wounds and dying from the energy collision. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Mika then dispersed the rock wall and threw out two pebbles in succession. One transformed into the shape of a fish tank to trap the fire spirit fish, while the other became a lid to tightly seal the tank. Mika even thoughtfully added quite a bit of water into the rock fish tank. After finishing all this, Mika tossed the fire spirit fish and its tank all together into the different dimension space. Just as he finished, a system prompt arrived. Ding! Task: capture the enraged fire spirit fish has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining 3 lottery chances. Ding! Task: heterogeneous creature. Mika noticed that the heterogeneous creature task had appeared on his system panel again. After reading it carefully, he realized that the system needed the special substances contained within heterogeneous creatures, so it had issued a long-term task. Under the system's task, killing different heterogeneous creatures would yield rewards based on their strength. For 8 domains strength, the reward is 1 lottery chance, for 7th realm, the reward is 2, and so on. After checking his gains, Mika turned to look at the people on the shore. Having no intention of interacting with them, he prepared to leave. Wait! A hurried voice stopped Mika from leaving. As the mist cleared, Dea, who was by the lake, happened to see Mika tossing the fish tank into the different dimension space. Remembering his promise to the petite girl, he quickly called out to stop him. Hearing someone call him from the shore, Mika flew toward the bank with a puzzled expression. When he landed, he was so excited that he didn't stand firmly and stumbled slightly. In Dea's eyes, this looked like Mika was completely exhausted after a great battle, which gave him more confidence for the upcoming negotiation. Dea held his head high and walked toward Mika. Hello, I am Dea from the royal capital. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Although Mika was a bit confused about why the other party had stopped him, he still replied politely to the greeting. Hello, I am Mika from Haji Village. Is there something you need? Haji Village. Dea's mind raced. He remembered that Haji Village was just a border town in the Clover Kingdom, a place that supposedly used to be where the Magic Emperor fought the demon god. Dea vaguely remembered hearing his father say that it had been a long time since anyone from Haji Village was able to join the Magic Knights. Now that he understood Mika's background, Dea felt even more confident about what was to come. He put away his smile, straightened his collar, and said nonchalantly, "It's like this. We just saw your battle with the xenomorph fire spirit fish from the shore. I have an opportunity for you to make a fortune. You just need to give me the fire spirit fish you just obtained." Mika frowned. Looking at Dea's superior attitude, he felt a sense of dislike and refused directly. No thanks, the fire spirit fish is useful to me. Dea didn't notice any problem with his attitude at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Mika's words. He thought that since Mika was from Haji Village and dressed so simply, there was no way he could have money, so he assumed Mika was intentionally trying to raise the price. But considering he had already given his word, for the sake of his pride, Dea suppressed his temper and continued to speak to Mika pleasantly. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'll give you a price you can't turn down. The market price for a 6th realm xenomorph is 10,000 magic coins. I'll give you 20,000 magic coins directly. This price is enough for you to live a stable life in a small place like Haji Village for the rest of your life. Dea waved a magic crystal card in front of Mika. The card shimmered with a purple light under the sun. The two people following Dea had their eyes light up when they heard 20,000 magic coins, their eyes moving back and forth with the magic crystal card in Dea's hand. Mika smiled and shook his head. He reached out to touch the magic tool hanging on his chest and said solemnly, I don't need money. I'm not interested in money. The two people behind Dea were staring at the magic crystal card, fantasizing about how nice it would be if they were lucky enough to get that many magic coin. Suddenly hearing Mika say he wasn't interested in money, they couldn't help but curl their lips, thinking Mika was just being ungrateful. Dea didn't have as many stray thoughts. He had never been rejected so many times before, especially in front of a petite girl, and felt like he was losing face. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Mika, and he said gloomily, I advise you to be sensible. To tell you the truth, whether you want to or not, you're leaving that fire spirit fish here today. We all discovered this xenomorph at the same time. I was kind enough to let you make a profit, which is why I didn't just step up and fight you for it. Otherwise, do you really think you'd have had the chance to get this fire spirit fish? Hearing Dea's words, Mika laughed out of sheer anger. He walked toward Dea step by step, his body rising higher with each stride. By the time he was 3 meters from Dea, Mika was floating in the air, his feet higher than Dea's head. After glancing down at the group below, Mika turned his gaze toward Dea and said mockingly, oh my, then I really should thank you. But today, I just don't feel like being sensible. I'd like to see what you can do to me. Ding. Mission issued. Defend the fruits of your victory and defeat the shameless scoundrel. After hearing the system prompt, Mika's gaze toward Dea became even more disdainful. After hearing Mika's words, the fire in Dea's heart flared up, and his face grew increasingly gloomy. When he noticed Mika's final look of disdain, he could no longer contain his rage. You, a lower-class person from Haji village, actually dare to show me a look of disdain. Dea felt as if his face was being rubbed hard against the ground. His gaze toward Mika was fierce and violent. He decided to let Mika know what the strength of a noble truly was. Dea turned to look at the two lackeys behind him, wanting them to go first and wear down Mika's magic power. Although he had seen Mika go through a battle and noticed his stumble upon landing, Dea still decided to let others exhaust him further. The two lackeys noticed Dea's look and understood he wanted them to be cannon fodder. However, they had just seen Mika take down a 6th realm fire spirit fish by himself. With only 7th realm strength, how could they be willing to go up and get beaten? The two exchanged a glance and both pretended not to see Dea's signal, standing firmly in place without moving. Their act of playing dumb only added fuel to the fire for Dea. Seeing the pitiful and expectant look from the petite girl beside him, Dea stopped relying on them and decided to take action himself. Dea stepped forward and looked up at Mika floating in the air. I advise you to reconsider. I have the strength of the 5th realm. After saying this, he casually released a wind blade, which shattered a nearby rock. I don't know where you get your confidence from, being at the 6th realm level, but it doesn't matter. Watch how I make you obediently hand over that fire spirit fish. Mika watched Dea below showing off his strength like a performing monkey and couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. Fine, I get it. You're 5th realm, I'm 6th realm. I'm asking for a hammering, alright. Hearing Mika's tone, how could Dea not know the other party didn't take him seriously at all? The petite girl was also unhappy seeing that the fire spirit fish still hadn't reached her hands. Hearing Mika's sarcastic words, she pulled on Dea and pointed at Mika, saying, Brother Dea, if he's asking for a hammering, then hammer him as hard as you can. As long as you get me that fire spirit fish, I can let you hammer me too. After saying this, the petite girl even threw a flirtatious wink at Dea, making his heart flutter. While seeing that Mika was completely unmoved, Dea was also deeply encouraged. He immediately started by firing a wind blade toward Mika. Mika watched the wind blade cutting through the air. Without dodging, he flicked a pebble, which instantly transformed into a rock wall to block the wind blade's attack. When Dea saw that his wind blade hadn't even broken Mika's rock wall, he immediately felt like he was losing face. He directly summoned his grimoire, holding it in his left hand. A mass of cyan wind magic enveloped the grimoire, and the ring on his left middle finger began to glow faintly. He was clearly brewing a more powerful move. Mika saw Daya's actions but didn't stop him, letting him perform freely. After all, after so much time, the magic power Mika had consumed earlier had long since fully recovered. Unless Daya could release a spell with a magic attack exceeding the third realm or possessed magic power beyond the zero domain level, Mika really couldn't imagine how he could lose. While Mika watched Daya charging his ultimate move like a buffoon, the two lackeys saw Daya's posture and couldn't help but exclaim. Daya is using his trump card. Exactly. That wind blade earlier was so strong but couldn't break that guy's defense. If he doesn't reclaim his face now, he won't be able to stay in the royal capital anymore. If you ask me, it's a good thing we didn't go up, or who knows how embarrassing it would have been. Hearing the discussion behind her, the petite girl turned and glared at them. The two immediately stopped talking. Daya had no time to deal with the others' chatter. He only wanted to break Mika's defense, give him a good beating, and get the fire spirit fish. Daya remembered that Mika had used a rock wall to block the fire spirit fish's attack, so it made sense that it could block his fifth realm wind blade. To break the defense, he directly used his secret weapon. The ring on Daya's hand was a magic tool his family had prepared for him. It could increase magic attack by one realm, but unfortunately, it could only be used 5 times. Thinking that he actually had to waste one use on this lower class person, Daya felt a bit of heartache. In an instant, Daya had finished brewing his spell. He was about to let Mika witness it, but looking up and seeing Mika's expression of watching a show only provoked him further. Daya made a gesture with his right hand, and the cyan wind magic on the grimoire formed a wind eagle on the back of his hand. With a cry, the eagle drew everyone's attention. Seeing the wind eagle on the back of Daya's hand, a look of joy immediately appeared on the petite girl's face. My brother Daya's wind eagle has 4th realm strength. It's well known among the younger generation of nobles in the royal capital. The two lackeys were also stunned when they saw the wind eagle. Brother Daya is truly Brother Daya, his strength is top notch. That guy opposite is no match for him at all. Exactly. I'll wave the flag for Daya. Let's see who dares to be his enemy. Listening to the voices behind him, a smile curled on Daya's lips. They all thought his wind eagle was only at the 4th realm level, but only he knew that this wind eagle was actually at the 3rd realm level. This time, I've won big. Daya looked at the wind eagle on the back of his right hand, his delight growing as he felt the surging magic within it. He couldn't help but feel the illusion that with an eagle in hand, the world was his to roam. But more importantly, he had to deal with that guy floating in the air first. Daya's gaze toward Mika once again became full of confidence as he commanded the wind eagle to attack Mika's rock wall. After releasing the wind eagle, Daya didn't even have time to see the final result of the attack before hurriedly looking around to see the expressions of those nearby. After a loud bang, Daya thought the wind eagle had already crushed the rock wall, and that Mika had likely been knocked down by his eagle. After all, the wind eagle possessed 3rd realm strength. With a flying eagle diving at the face, how could he lose? Sure enough, after the noise, Daya got the answer he wanted from the shocked expressions of his two lackeys. Even the petite woman had an expression of disbelief. Daya straightened his sleeves and said unhurriedly, "Don't gape so much, it's no big deal. With my skills, this kind of strength is easily handled, hardly worth mentioning. After all, I used a magic tool to boost it by 1 realm. This is a wind eagle with 3rd realm strength," Daya said, feigning nonchalance while revealing the wind eagle's true power. After waiting a moment, Daya didn't receive the praise from his lackeys, nor did the petite woman offer him a hug. Just as he was thinking about not agreeing to her requests next time, he heard a voice he didn't want to hear. Oh my, incredible, incredible. It was Mika's voice. Daya turned to look into the air and was momentarily stunned. The wind eagle, his wind eagle was actually gone. Yet that fooled rock wall was still perfectly intact. Daya couldn't believe his wind eagle had been defeated without achieving anything, shouting repeatedly, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That was a 3rd realm wind eagle. How could it fail to crush even a single rock wall? So that was a 3rd realm wind eagle. No wonder the attack was so fierce, it almost crushed my rock wall. I was actually a bit startled just now. Impressive, impressive. Mika looked like he had just realized something, his face showing great approval of the Wind Eagle's strength as he even gave a round of applause. When the two lackeys heard that Dea's Wind Eagle was only at the third realm instead of the fourth realm they had imagined, their gazes toward Mika became even more filled with surprise and fear. They had witnessed the entire process of the Wind Eagle crashing into the rock wall. At first, the eagle was indeed fierce, starting with full power. They saw the rock wall was about to give way, but in the end, the Wind Eagle gave out first. It felt to them like a performance with so much foreplay and high expectations, only for it to end like this. No wonder Dea was called the 3-second wind man. In the royal capital, even his magic follows his pill-popping tendencies. They only hoped Mika would only go after Dea. Better the fellow Taoist dies than me, they just didn't want to be dragged into it. Listening to Mika's mockery, Dea was fuming with rage. The applause, in particular, felt like slaps hitting his face one after another. Yet, he was currently helpless against him. Dea stared fixedly at Mika, wanting to etch Mika's image into his mind. This humiliation. Dea, will definitely pay it back. Mika didn't care about Dea's gaze at all. If he couldn't win now, he would have even less of a chance in the future. Mika looked down from above, meeting the eyes of everyone on the shore one by one. Seeing him, the others didn't dare to make eye contact and lowered their heads, their previous arrogance completely gone. Mika shook his head and directly summoned his magic book. He condensed a pebble in his right hand and threw it toward the people on the shore. Everyone had seen Mika's pebbles transform into different magic spells. As the pebble flew over, their faces turned pale, and they all tried to flee the area. But they were ultimately too slow. When the pebble landed, the area beneath their feet turned directly into a swamp. The more they struggled, the faster they sank. They also thought about using magic to resist, but they found their magic power couldn't stop the sinking at all. The expressions on their faces grew increasingly terrified. Help! Please spare my life. This was all Dea's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Right. It's that woman. She wanted the fire spirit fish you got. Dea only went against you to please her. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Hearing the words of his two lackeys, Dea was nearly dead from anger. He didn't expect his own people to backstab him at the last moment. But what he didn't expect was that more was to come. When the petite woman realized she was stuck in the swamp and couldn't get out on her own, she was immediately frightened to tears. Woo, help. Brother Dea, save me. But when she saw that Dea himself was stuck and unable to save himself, she immediately abandoned him and turned to beg Mika for mercy. Brother Mika, please, let me go. I'll never covet other people's things again. As long as you can release me, I'm truly willing to do anything. Hearing the woman's words, Mika stroked his chin and scanned her from head to toe. You're really willing to do anything? Hearing Mika's question, the petite woman nodded hurriedly, fearing Mika would change his mind if she was too slow. Yes. Anything. After saying that, she even puffed out her chest and lowered her head shyly. Dea looked at the petite woman and happened to see the moment she shyly lowered her head. He suddenly felt that all his attentiveness and care along the way had been in vain. He felt as if a green grassland was growing on top of his head. Dea glared at the petite woman and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Mika. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in airfields. However, you can trade the information you know. As long as the information is valuable and I'm interested, it's not impossible to spare your lives. If anyone knows the whereabouts of xenomorphs or magic stones, I'll release them immediately. The system's last upgrade came from the energy of a magic stone. Coupled with the rich rewards from heterogeneous creatures, Mika hoped to get some relevant information from them to speed up his strength progression. Mika's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope for survival, and they all began racking their brains for any information regarding heterogeneous creatures or magic stones. Their bodies continued to sink. If they didn't provide information about xenomorphs, magic stones, or anything else of value before they were completely submerged, they would be buried alive. Time passed bit by bit. Half of their bodies were already submerged in the swamp. For the petite woman, it had already reached her chest, and she looked at Mika with terror. Mika noticed her looking at him and gave her a harmless smile. To the woman, this smile was like the smile of a demon. She wanted to scream out loud, but found she couldn't make a sound at all. I've got it, I've got it, I've got it. I remembered some news, it's about a heterogeneous creature. One of the lackeys suddenly shouted. Mika turned his gaze toward the speaker and nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The speaking lackey stole a glance at Dea, swallowed hard, and continued, in the high magic zone bordering the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom, it's said that. Is that something you should be talking about? Upon hearing the location mentioned, Dea immediately and angrily stopped him from speaking further. He knew about that place too, it was news his father had spent a fortune to buy from the Adventurers Guild. Although the authenticity of the news hadn't been confirmed yet, he was unwilling to share the information he had worked so hard to obtain with others. Moreover, the news they knew was something they had heard from him in the first place. Dea looked at those people who used to bow and scrape before him. Now, they were actually betraying him by sharing the news he had worked so hard for with someone else, and that person was the one he hated most. Startled by Dea's sudden shout, the lackey looked sheepish and didn't quite dare to continue speaking. Mika originally thought he was about to get his first piece of news regarding a heterogeneous creature, only to have it disrupted, and he was very displeased. Mika gave Dea a dark look and then waved his right hand. Dea immediately felt as if his legs were suddenly grabbed by someone and yanked downward with a violent force. Hey! Wah! Before he could finish his sentence, his entire body disappeared into the swamp. This sudden turn of events left the remaining three people stunned for a moment. Soon after, Dea's upper body emerged from the swamp again, his face covered in mud. He was coughing incessantly, spitting out muddy water from his mouth. After finally catching his breath, Dea was panting heavily when, in the next second, he was yanked back into the swamp again. This time, 30 seconds passed, and Dea still hadn't come out. The faces of the three others showed some unease. A minute passed, and Dea still hadn't emerged. A hint of fear appeared on their faces, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. 2 minutes passed, and Dea still wasn't out. The complexions of the three were sallow, and the petite woman's lips were turning pale. I'll talk, I'll talk. The lackey spoke up repeatedly. Before the words had even faded, Dea's head finally emerged from the swamp. He gasped for air in large gulps, looking at Mika as if he were looking at a living demon. Dea would forever remember those long 2 minutes of darkness. For a moment, he really thought he was going to die. Inside that swamp, even if your mouth was shut, the foul-smelling muddy water would still constantly flood into your nostrils and ears. Dea now hardly dared to look Mika in the eye. As for his previous thoughts of getting revenge or teaching Mika a lesson, they had vanished completely. Mika pointed his finger, signaling the lackey to quickly continue. The three of them stole a glance in Dea's direction. Seeing Dea covered in mud and looking distraught, their hearts shook, and they immediately became honest, not daring to breathe a word. The person pointed out by Mika hurriedly continued, in the high magic zone at the border of the two countries, it's said there is a pack of wind wolves. Their alpha leader is a heterogeneous creature, said to be at the second realm level and very formidable. Mika stared at the speaker and asked in detail, is the news authentic? Where did it come from? Being stared at so intensely by Mika, the person was so nervous that his back was constantly dripping with sweat. He answered with a trembling voice, the situation is true. The news was heard from Dea. Sensing Mika's somewhat doubtful gaze, he hastily added, he heard it from his father. His father is quite a figure in the royal capital, mainly responsible for city defense affairs. Although I heard from Dea that the news was bought from the Adventurers Guild at a high price, the Adventurers Guild probably wouldn't give out fake news to offend such a powerful official. After Mika finished listening to the news, he nodded slightly and then waved his right hand. The swamp all returned to its original state, and the bodies of the four of them stopped sinking. Once they realized they were no longer sinking, a sense of joy from surviving the ordeal filled their minds. The petite woman even burst into tears. Mika didn't pay any attention to the group half buried in the ground. Instead, he focused his mind on the system, as he had just received another system notification. Ding. Quest. Defend the fruits of your victory, defeat the shameless scoundrels. Congratulations, quest completed. You have earned one lottery chance. Ding. Quest issued. Heterogeneous creature, Wind Wolf Pack. Mika snapped out of his thoughts from the system. Seeing the group rejoicing that they were still alive, he couldn't help but shake his head and then started walking toward them. Hearing the footsteps, the group looked toward the sound and found that Mika was walking toward them step by step with an expressionless face. They struggled hard, wanting to rescue themselves from the ground as quickly as possible, but they found that their magic still failed to have any effect on the surrounding earth. Clearly, Mika hadn't simply restored things to their original state, but had cast a new spell. Watching Mika get closer and closer, their hearts were filled with trepidation, wondering what Mika would do to them next. They now deeply regretted leaving the royal capital. If they could escape this time, they would definitely stay in the royal capital until they had passed the Magic Knight's assessment before coming out again. Mika walked step by step to the front of Dea. Without saying a word, he scanned him carefully from top to bottom and then reached out his hand toward Dea. After experiencing the suffocation and fear of death in the swamp, Dea could no longer muster any thought of resistance against Mika. Seeing Mika reach out, he instead trembled all over, clearly terrified to a significant degree. Mika withdrew his hand from Dea's waist, and with it, a magic crystal card. That's right, it was the very magic crystal card that Dea had clamored to use to buy the fire spirit fish for 20,000 magic coins. Since they had fought a battle for no good reason, Mika decided to collect a certain compensation for mental distress. Dea found that Mika had only taken his magic crystal card and didn't do anything else to him. He couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing that he had escaped another disaster. After Mika casually released everyone's restraints, he was about to leave when he realized he was hungry, so he decided to just eat before leaving. In any case, the fire spirit fish had been thoroughly researched by the system the moment it was caught, so it was of no further use. It could just be used to make grilled fish. He set up a grill, took out the fire spirit fish he had caught, and prepared to place it on the rack to start roasting. When the others saw Mika preparing the grill, they were still mocking him in their hearts, thinking, what good food could someone from a remote backwater like you possibly eat? But the moment they saw the fire spirit fish, everyone went crazy. Holy crap, with these ingredient standards, even the magic emperor wouldn't eat like this. Mika skillfully cleaned the fire spirit fish, preparing to sprinkle on seasonings and start roasting it. The group of people nearby, having finally regained their freedom, were in no hurry to leave now, watching Mika's actions from a distance. The moment the petite woman saw Mika take out the fire spirit fish, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This color is so striking, it's really beautiful." Just as she finished speaking, before she could even react, Dea reached out and covered her mouth, not letting her make another sound. The remaining two followers also shuddered, looking toward Mika as if facing a great enemy. Seeing that Mika was still cleaning the fire spirit fish and hadn't noticed them, they sighed in relief. The petite woman clearly realized the problem as well. She shut her mouth tight and stole a glance at Mika, her eyes filled with fear. After Mika finished cleaning and placed the fire spirit fish on the grill, he noticed that the group still hadn't left but was watching him from afar. Mika frowned slightly and was about to say something when the system notification sound interrupted him. Ding. Detected that the host is cooking a special ingredient. The wilderness cooking skill is now unlocked. Ding. Detected that the host still has 5 unused lottery chances. Use 5 chances to exchange for the intermediate cooking skill. Friendly reminder. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Mika stared at the system information in his mind, momentarily stunned. Wilderness cooking. Isn't my system supposed to be a magic emperor cultivation system? Why is it starting to teach cooking now? Mika initially didn't want to pay attention to this system notification, but then he saw the words, products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. He planned to check the description of wilderness cooking first before considering whether to exchange for it. Wilderness cooking maximizes the effects of ingredients to create exquisite and unexpected food. Note: simple operation, using special ingredients will bring surprises. Mika hesitated. He thought of the senzu bean he had drawn. Its effect in healing Marolona had been immediate. He happened to have a fire spirit fish on hand. Steeling himself, he closed his eyes and clicked, agree. Ding. Congratulations on mastering the intermediate cooking skill. Mika looked at the system interface before him. There was a box indicating the ingredient's position, and below it was a semicircular gauge divided into 3 zones: common, excellent, and perfect. At the very bottom, there was a needle pointing at the gauge. Mika tried placing the fire spirit fish into the box. Immediately after, the start button at the bottom lit up. Once he pressed it, the needle began to spin. Mika aimed for the right moment and pressed stop when the needle pointed to the perfect zone. A system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining delicious fire spirit fish. Just as Mika was wondering where this fire spirit fish would come from, he found his body moving involuntarily. He grabbed the fire spirit fish and performed a series of rapid actions. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without a single wasted movement. Every step was executed perfectly. The 4 people nearby noticed the change in Mika's movements. Initially, his actions weren't exactly clumsy, but they were merely familiar. Now, in their eyes, Mika was like a chef with decades of experience. His technique was skilled and seasoned. For the first time, they felt that watching someone cook was a feast for the eyes. Mika quickly prepared the fish again and placed it back on the grill. With a tap of his right hand, a ball of flame directly ignited the charcoal beneath the rack. Seeing Mika ignite the charcoal with just a tap of his hand, Dea couldn't help but rub his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. When he looked closely again and saw that the charcoal was indeed burning, he realized Mika's true difference. Mika was actually a dual-element magic user. He must have just used fire magic, absolutely. Having discovered Mika's hidden strength, Dea couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He looked at the 3 people around him, who were still immersed in Mika's artistic cooking, completely oblivious to anything unusual. The way Dea looked at Mika began to turn into awe. He didn't know exactly how strong Mika was, but he understood that as a dual-element magic user, Mika's power was certainly far greater than what he had shown. After realizing this, Dea became aware of his own many shortcomings. He planned to return to the royal capital immediately after today to improve his strength and properly prepare for the Magic Knight's assessment in 4 months. Dea then turned and left, and the remaining 3 followed him away from the area. Mika watched them leave but said nothing, keeping his focus on the grilled fish. Before long, with the system's assistance, Mika successfully finished roasting the fire spirit fish. Looking at the beautifully presented grilled fish sizzling with oil, Mika's appetite was instantly whetted. Taking a deep breath of the grilled fish's aroma, he tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He wanted to see exactly what was so different about this fish meat that the system had highly recommended and labeled as delicious fire spirit fish. Just as he put the meat in his mouth, before he could even swallow, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the wilderness cooking skill for the first time. Congratulations to the host for creating a dish with special ingredients for the first time, rewarded with 1 ability upgrade card. Ding! Host has consumed delicious fire spirit fish. The host's fire magic attack and defense have increased by 1 realm. Friendly reminder. Dishes made from special ingredients of different attributes have different enhancement effects on magic of corresponding attributes. The level of the cooking skill limits the strength of the special ingredients that can be cooked. Each attribute of magic can only be enhanced through cooking once. Mika stared at the system notification, stunned for a moment, and then burst into loud laughter. As expected of a system product, it truly is of the highest quality. Mika thought about it and used the ability upgrade card directly on his total magic power, bringing his total magic power to the God Realm level. While eating the grilled fish, Mika checked his personal status panel in the system. Total magic power. God Realm level. Magic attack. 6th realm level. Magic defense. 6th realm level. Magic Control. 5th Realm level. Magic Recovery. God Realm level. Magic Perception. 6th Realm level. Fire Attribute. Undying Flame Magic Attack. 4th Realm level. Fire Attribute. Undying Flame Magic Defense. 4th Realm level. Earth Attribute. Radiant Rock Magic Attack. 5th Realm level. Earth Attribute. Radiant Rock Magic Defense. 5th Realm level. Talents. Ever-changing, same element enhancement, Lingxi Finger. Skills. Different dimension space, disguise technique, intermediate cooking technique. Items. 9 Senzu beans. Mika looked at his dual God Realm panel and nodded in satisfaction. With God Realm level total magic power and magic recovery, combined with the steadfastness effect of his Earth Elemental Seed, Radiant Rock, Mika could confidently say that even if the Magic Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to kill him. There was still 1 month left before the Magic Knight's entrance exam. Mika was less than 3 days' journey from the royal capital. Since encountering the fire spirit fish, a heterogeneous creature, by the lake last time, Mika had been training while rushing toward the capital. However, he hadn't seen another heterogeneous creature appear even as he neared the royal capital. Only then did Mika realize that the saying about heterogeneous creatures mostly appearing in high magic zones was not without merit. He decided to participate in the Magic Knight's entrance exam first. The matter of the heterogeneous creatures could wait until after he joined a Knight Order. Perhaps by then, he could even bring along a few comrades from the Knight Order to the high magic zone to interact with more heterogeneous creatures. Upon arriving at a town near the royal capital that day, Mika found a crowd gathered at the city gate, and the entry speed was incredibly slow. He casually stopped someone to ask what was happening that caused such a bottleneck at the gate. The person he stopped looked at Mika with a strange expression and replied with a trembling voice, "A big shot from the Magic Knights has arrived in town with a wanted poster. They're conducting interrogations and searches at the gate." Mika didn't think much of it and was about to follow the crowd inside when he noticed the guards at the gate staring intently at the people in his area. Just as Mika was wondering if the guards were staring because he was too handsome, a guard immediately fired a magic signal flare into the sky. "Wanted criminal spotted. Requesting immediate backup." Mika couldn't help but marvel inwardly, "Holy crap, that's impressive. A wanted criminal actually dares to enter the city so openly." While Mika was looking around to see which bold soul dared to enter the city as a criminal, he saw the guards at the gate surrounding him. When Mika felt the gazes of all the surrounding guards land on him, he finally realized something was wrong. Ding. Mission issued. Find out the reason you are wanted without harming the guards who are being misled. I'm the wanted criminal. Seeing the guards surrounding him with the intent to settle things on the spot, Mika had no time to consider why this situation had occurred. The top priority now was to protect himself first. Looking at the nearly 20 guards around him, Mika cautiously chose Earth Magic, intending to rely on the steadfastness effect of the Radiant Rock to withstand their attacks. 3 pebbles condensed in Mika's right hand. He closed his palm and then opened it, leaving only a single pitch-black pebble in his hand. Faced with such a large crowd, Mika decided to be safe and directly used same element enhancement to boost his Earth Magic by 1 domain. Then, Mika lightly tossed the pebble in his hand into the air, and a layer of Earth Magic protective shielding completely enveloped him. With the bonus from his dual talents, Mika pushed the magic defense of this protective shield to the level of 3 domains. After finishing these maneuvers, Mika felt relieved. He looked at the group of guards with strengths in the 7th and 8th domains and continued walking into the town. He vaguely saw some bulletin boards in the square ahead and intended to go over and see if there was any information about him being wanted. The moment the surrounding guards spotted Mika, they began launching magic attacks. Spells of various elements bombarded Mika's protective shield. Unfortunately, their magic attack power was too low to have any effect on Mika's shield. The people nearby had quickly cleared the area as soon as the guards targeted Mika, waiting for the scene of the guards capturing him to unfold. As it turned out, the current situation was even more exciting than imagined. Am I seeing things? Over a dozen guards are surrounding him, and he isn't even running. Exactly. Didn't they say the wanted person is a boy who obtained a magic stone? He's supposedly suspected of being part of the Eye of the White Knight. This badass is walking forward while taking over a dozen 8 domains level spells. You're telling me he's a rookie? Hey, don't say that. Walking forward while shrugging off magic attacks is actually super cool. I love it. Listening to the discussions around him, Mika suddenly heard a crucial piece of information. Eye of the White Knight. Mika snorted coldly. It was them playing tricks again. When the guards first discovered Mika, every one of them was exceptionally excited. After all, according to the wanted poster, the target was just a 15-year-old boy who had recently obtained a grimoire, but he was extremely cunning and had used his harmless appearance to steal a magic stone. Confirmed by a big shot from the royal capital, he was a member raised by the Eye of the White Knights since childhood. It was said his parents were defectors from the Diamond Kingdom who died in a vendetta 5 years ago. He also possessed a batch of valuable magic gathering crystals. Whoever caught him would get to keep them. Wealth moves the heart. The guards never expected they would one day be so close to getting rich overnight, so when they found Mika, they rushed in like madmen. In the end, reality gave them a harsh slap in the face. The magic they were once proud of was completely useless against Mika's defense. They watched as Mika, bolstered by his protective shield, walked through the city gate and toward the central square, step by step, despite the continuous barrage of magic attacks. Some of the guards involved in the operation began to fall into self-doubt, unable to stop themselves from muttering. What kind of monster is this guy? How can my magic cause him no damage at all? So many of us are attacking him and it has no effect. I really want to run away. I also just got my grimoire. Is his existence meant to prove to me that I'm just here to make up the numbers in this world? Similar sentiments appeared more and more among the guards as they struggled to arrest Mika. They realized that he didn't even consider them a threat. His simple passive defense was enough to make them realize the gap between them. As Mika drew closer to the square's bulletin board, the crowd of onlookers grew. Everyone had heard that a wanted criminal had entered the town openly, letting the guards attack him without taking any damage. Mika noticed the increasing number of onlookers, but none of it mattered to him. He only wanted to see the contents of the wanted poster as soon as possible. Just as Mika was about to reach the bulletin board, a tall figure blocked the path between him and the board. Mika looked closely, wanting to see who was so blind as to block his path. So the Magic Knight's big shot they mentioned was him. Captain of the Black Bull Squad. Yomi Sukahiro. Seeing that he was only one step away from the bulletin board, Mika was forced to stop in his tracks. Blocking his path was one of the Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom, the captain of the Black Bull Squad. Although Mika believed that with his dual divine realm strength he could trade a few blows with Yomi, it didn't mean he could actually defeat him. Because his current magical attack power was still too mediocre, Mika hoped that if they could avoid a fight, it would be best not to fight at all. Just as Mika looked at Yomi, intending to talk to him about whether there was some misunderstanding regarding the wanted poster. Before he could even speak, a roar reached his ears. A wanted criminal actually dares to barge into town in broad daylight. You truly have no respect for me, the town sheriff. Hearing the voice, Mika turned his head to see who was making such a racket in his ear, delaying his conversation with Yomi. He was still maintaining his protective shield, enduring the magical attacks of the guards. Although their attacks couldn't cause him any substantial harm, no one likes to be a passive punching bag without being able to strike back. What met his eyes was an obese middle-aged man with rolls of fat on his face, pointing at him with an air of self-righteousness. The man then turned to Yomi with a fawning smile. A mere petty thief, why would Captain Yomi need to take action personally? He glanced at Mika again, carefully sensing his mana. After confirming it was only the mana fluctuations of the 6th realm, he continued to speak to Yomi with full confidence. With a mere 6th realm strength, I alone am enough to take him down. Hearing the fat middle-aged man's words and seeing the fawning smile on his face, Yomi remained noncommittal. It was said that the fat middle-aged man had a son who was a good-for-nothing, yet dreamed every day of joining the Magic Knights. However, his strength was limited and he couldn't meet the Knight Order's assessment standards at all. So, the moment he saw Yomi, He put on this diligent and fawning expression, hoping Yomi would take his son into the Black Bull Squad and make him a member of the Night Order. If Yomi hadn't kept him around because he was still useful, he would have long ago let him witness exactly why he was the captain of the Black Bull Squad. But for now, Yomi gave a slight nod to the fat middle-aged man's proposal. Upon seeing Yomi nod, the fat middle-aged man was ecstatic. He decided to put on a good performance, take down Mika, and strive to get his son into the Magic Knights in one fell swoop. He directly summoned his grimoire, followed by a series of flame ball attacks that smashed toward Mika one after another. Seeing the town sheriff take action, the surrounding guards stopped their own attacks and turned into onlookers. There was no other way, after all, they only had the strength of the 7th or 8th realm. With such continuous attacks, their mana couldn't take it, and many people's mana had long been exhausted. It just so happened that the fat middle-aged man was dealing with Mika, so they finally didn't have to force themselves to keep draining their reserves. The fat middle-aged man also noticed the guard's actions, but he didn't care. He possessed 5th realm strength. Dealing with Mika's measly 6th realm would be as easy as pie. However, the series of fireball attacks had no effect on Mika's protective shield, and the surrounding crowd began to look at the fat man with skeptical eyes. The fat middle-aged man groaned inwardly. Where did this little freak come from? He didn't play by the rules at all, and his magic defense was way too high. But for the sake of his reputation and his son's future, he steeled his resolve and prepared to use his trump card. It was a magic scroll he had purchased on the black market 2 years ago. The person who sold it to him said its power was immense, enough to reach the 2nd realm level. Furthermore, they had solemnly warned him that if he wanted to use it, the user themselves needed to be at least at the 4th realm level. Otherwise, it was very easy for the magic to spiral out of control. He had originally intended to keep it for self-defense, but given the current situation, if he couldn't take Mika down as soon as possible, forget about his son joining the Night Order, even his position as sheriff would probably come to an end. After the protective shield blocked the flame balls, Mika looked at the fat middle-aged man with a relaxed expression. Come on, I want to see what other tricks you have. If you're out, then I won't be polite. But when he saw the magic scroll the other party took out, the relaxed expression on Mika's face vanished, replaced by a look of gravity. He felt a dense magical aura from that scroll. Talk about a jinx, whatever he said came true. Yomi also noticed the magic scroll in the fat middle-aged man's hand. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a lethal weapon, and his eyes narrowed slightly. After taking out the magic scroll, the fat middle-aged man gently stroked the position of the magic seal on the scroll, feeling very conflicted in his heart. He understood that with his strength, forcing the use of this scroll carried a high chance of causing the magic to go out of control, and then all the people in the surrounding square would be affected. At this moment, he hesitated, until his peripheral vision caught sight of someone. It was his son. The fat middle-aged man recalled the scene of his son begging him for help to join the Magic Knights, and remembered Yomi's indifferent attitude when he had asked for help. He made a decision in his heart. As long as he helped Yomi capture Mika, he would gain Yomi's favor, and his son would have a chance to join the Magic Knights. As for the magic going out of control, as long as he was a little careful, it would be fine. Mika had been closely observing the fat middle-aged man's movements. Suddenly noticing that the other's gaze was no longer wavering but had become firm, he couldn't help but cry out, "Oh no!" In the next instant, the fat middle-aged man had already activated the scroll's magic seal, and the massive mana stored within the scroll poured out in an instant. An imposing fire tornado appeared in front of Mika. The surging flames and rolling heat waves caused Mika's assessment of this fire tornado's lethality to reach the 2nd realm level. The fat middle-aged man was drenched in sweat. He was struggling to manipulate the fire tornado, attempting to push it toward Mika to complete the final step of the attack. Yomi was also paying close attention to the changes in the fire tornado. Then he saw the fat middle-aged man's hand gestures falter, and his entire sequence of movements could no longer connect. The fat middle-aged man was startled, and a look of terror appeared on his face. The fire tornado is out of control. The onlookers, both guards and civilians, never expected that this perfectly fine fire tornado would actually go out of control. By the time they realized the fire tornado had lost control and wanted to flee, it was already too late. At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old girl fell to the ground because of the sudden commotion in the crowd. That spot was right at the very front of the fire tornado's path. Yomi also saw the little girl being squeezed out by the crowd. Before he could make a move, a figure had already appeared between the fire tornado and the girl. It was Mika. He dashed forward, scooped the little girl into his arms with both hands, and then gently patted her back to soothe the tension brought on by her terror. Almost the instant he picked up the girl, the fire tornado crashed directly into Mika's magic shield. Even with Mika's dual god realm strength, he felt his magic shield becoming precarious under the weight of the fire tornado's massive magic power. He could clearly feel the magic within his body continuously supporting the magic shield under the steadfastness effect of the radiant rock. Fortunately, when Mika discovered Yomi's presence, he had already quietly expanded his magic domain just in case. Combined with the star-shaped magic tool on his chest, he was able to detect the fluctuation of the opposing magic in time and rescue the little girl from the fire tornado. Yomi was very surprised to see Mika's figure there. He hadn't expected Mika, as a wanted criminal, to be willing to step forward. More importantly, he hadn't expected Mika to be so fast. Even the key he took pride in felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. However, this didn't stop Yomi's gaze toward Mika from becoming a bit more appreciative. While Mika comforted the little girl, telling her not to be afraid, he held his ground against the fire tornado, continuously consuming its magic power. Finally, the fire tornado gradually dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Mika gently set the little girl down and gestured for her to find her family. To his surprise, the girl didn't run away immediately. Instead, she gave Mika a peck on the cheek and ran off with a smile. Mika watched the little girl run into her family's embrace and smiled softly, then looked at the middle-aged fat man with a serious expression. Because of him, Mika's mission had almost failed. The system had specified guards, and this person was no guard. Mika didn't intend to let him get away so easily. Mika looked at the terrified middle-aged fat man and waved his right hand. A rock spear appeared out of thin air and lunged toward the man. Seeing the rock spear coming his way, the middle-aged fat man hurriedly conjured a fire shield in front of him, but it was useless. The spear pierced directly through the defense and struck him, causing blood to splatter. The middle-aged fat man was accustomed to a life of luxury and had never suffered such pain. Overwhelmed by the agony, he slumped to the ground and lay there motionless. Mika initially thought his attack had grown stronger when he saw the man fall, but upon closer inspection, he realized the man was just fooling a coma. The curve of his belly was rising and falling continuously with his breathing. Mika gave him a contemptuous glance and stopped paying attention, then turned to look at Yomi. Captain Yomi, may I know why I am wanted? I know nothing about this. The onlookers, who hadn't yet recovered from the fire tornado incident, began to gossip as they heard Mika's question to Yomi. Let me say something. I don't want to believe that this young man, who was willing to step forward, is a wanted criminal or someone from the Eye of the White Knight. There must be a mistake. Exactly. I noticed it earlier. From the moment he entered the city gate all the way to the plaza, he hasn't used a single offensive spell against the guards. Given his strength to cripple the magistrate in one move, would he be afraid to touch the guards? I don't believe it. Huh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. I just fired several fireballs at him. Yet, to avoid involving the innocent, he didn't use any offensive magic against us at all. Ah, I'm such a scoundrel. Yomi cast a disgusted look at the fat man playing dead on the ground. Hearing Mika's question, he didn't answer directly but instead stepped to the side, signaling for him to look at the wanted poster himself. Seeing Yomi's movement, Mika hesitated for a moment about whether to step forward and look at the wanted poster, as that would put him too close to Yomi. When he saw Yomi's half-smiling expression, he made a decision and walked toward the bulletin board. The closer he got to the bulletin board, the more Mika could clearly feel the heart-palpitating aura emanating from Yomi. So this is a powerhouse with zero domain strength. Mika could feel Yomi's gaze on him the entire time, so he simply met Yomi's eyes as he walked step by step toward the bulletin board. Walking right up to the bulletin board, Mika stood level with Yomi and looked at the wanted poster. He wanted to see how he ended up on it. After seeing the content of the wanted poster, Mika found that some parts were true and some were false. He was about to speak to Yomi about the issues with the poster. Yomi directly interrupted what Mika was about to say and looked at him calmly. You've seen the content of the wanted poster, you don't need to say anything to me. This time, since you saved the little girl and didn't involve any other innocent people, I won't make a move. If there is a next time, whether you are in the royal capital or some remote corner, as long as I run into you, I will definitely let you know what the Black Bull Squad is. After saying this, Yomi ignored Mika and dragged the middle-aged fat man toward the center of the plaza. He was going to let this fellow, who used magic recklessly and nearly caused a catastrophe, know exactly what the Black Bull Squad was. Mika listened to Yomi's words and looked at his departing back thoughtfully. A sudden flash of inspiration hit him, and Mika looked back at the wanted poster. This time, he finally noticed something different on it. There were some patterns in the bottom right corner of the wanted poster. Mika had initially thought they were just marks made during the posting process, but looking closely now, the pattern vaguely resembled the shape of a lion. A lion. It's Marolona. Mika remembered the royal capital Yomi had mentioned earlier. It seemed Marolona should be in the royal capital, and he happened to have some questions he wanted to discuss with her. But the urgent priority now was for Mika to figure out how to enter the royal capital, since he was still a wanted man. Ding. Mission. Find out the reason you are being wanted without harming the guards who are blinded by the truth. Congratulations, mission complete. You have earned one lottery draw. The system's notification sounded in Mika's mind. Right, there's also the system. Mika checked the system interface and remembered he had previously drawn a disguise technique. It would come in handy right about now. Having made up his mind, Mika didn't waste any more time and planned to head out of the city to find a deserted place to test the effects of the disguise technique. At that moment, Yomi turned his head and watched Mika's departing back, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. By a small river outside the royal capital, Mika looked at his reflection in the water, seeing a simple and honest expression with thick eyebrows and large eyes, he nodded in satisfaction. Compared to his previous handsome and sharp features, Mika felt his current appearance was more low profile. He decided to keep this disguise for the time being until he could find Marolona and get his wanted status revoked. After completing his disguise, Mika arrived at the gates of the royal capital. He had been feeling a bit nervous, but as soon as the guards saw his thick eyebrows and large eyes, they simply waved him through without any real inspection, telling him to hurry up and not delay the next person. Thus, Mika smoothly entered the royal capital. He found the streets bustling with people, much livelier than the previous town, with a dazzling array of goods that left him feeling overwhelmed. Mika wandered around for a while before remembering he didn't know Marolona's address. He looked around and walked toward a magic item shop, hoping to gather some information. Entering the shop, Mika found the owner was an old man. He wasn't tall, but his squinted eyes made him look very shrewd as he balanced his ledgers. Mika glanced around at the merchandise, pretending to casually strike up a conversation. You have quite a lot of goods here, boss. How do you do business? The boss looked up, scrutinized Mika's clothing for a moment without saying a word, and then pointed to a wooden board on a nearby shelf before lowering his head to continue his calculations. The boss's actions left Mika momentarily stunned. When Mika looked curiously at the wooden board on the shelf, he finally understood what it meant. The board read, Information, 100 magic coins. Guidance for troubles, 200 magic coins. Other goods, 1% off. Fair prices, no cheating. After reading the words on the board, Mika couldn't help but sigh. A big city was indeed a big city, every word was worth gold. Anxious to find Marolona to help clear his wanted warrant, Mika didn't waste words with the boss and directly handed over the magic crystal card he had obtained from Dea. The boss froze for a second upon seeing the magic crystal card Mika handed over, then immediately broke into a wide smile. Does the guest wish to buy something, or are you looking for information? Ignoring the boss's change in attitude, Mika got straight to the point. I want to know if anything interesting has happened in the royal capital lately. Regarding the Magic Knight's entrance exam or something like that. The boss stroked the magic crystal card Mika had handed him and said with a beaming smile, if we're talking about interesting things, nothing tops the famous young talent of the royal capital, Dea. I heard that shortly after receiving his grimoire, he invited some people to go out for training. He only had the strength of the fifth realm, but after returning, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It's said he has already reached the fourth realm. According to the grapevine, he encountered a powerful enemy and went through immense hardships, even sacrificing his 2 followers, to kill the opponent. Only after experiencing such a life-and-death ordeal was he able to successfully advance. In my opinion, Dea will definitely shine in the Magic Knight's entrance exam this time and smoothly join the Golden Dawn Magic Knights. Listening to the boss's boasting, Mika pondered silently. Dea killed a powerful enemy. Sacrificed his followers. He probably killed the followers himself. That kid is ruthless. If I run into him during the night order exam, I'd better be careful. Seeing that Mika seemed a bit skeptical, the boss got anxious. Everything I said is true. The woman from the Famirio family who came back with Dea, they heard Dea successfully advance to the fourth realm after his training, so now they're letting that girl train at home to see if she can successfully advance too. Seeing the boss's expression, as if he were afraid Mika wouldn't believe him, Mika simply went for the final blow. I want to know where the Famirio family is located in the royal capital, and what I need to do if I want to see a specific person in that family. The Famirio family is one of the 3 royal families of the Clover Kingdom. They are located in the east district of the inner city. The boss paused and pondered for a moment. As for seeing a member of the royalty, if you know each other, just give a visiting card to the gatekeeper. After hearing the boss's words, Mika thought quietly for a while, then purchased a parchment scroll from the boss and left. Shortly after Mika left, an apprentice from the magic item shop ran toward the inner city of the royal capital. After leaving the magic item shop, Mika followed the signposts all the way to the inner city and successfully found the Famirio family's residence. Looking at the guard at the entrance, Mika stepped forward, handed over the parchment scroll, and informed him that he was there to see Marolona, asking the guard to pass word along. Since he was still in a wanted status, Mika didn't use his real name on the parchment scroll. Instead, he left a mark of a spark in the signature area. He believed that when Marolona saw that mark, she would be able to sense the magical aura of the undying flame he had left within it, and she would know it was him. The guard took Mika's scroll into the inner courtyard and returned shortly after to inform him that Marolona was currently not at home, and she would be informed of the matter when she returned. Since he couldn't see Marolona and didn't know exactly when she would return, Mika could only choose to wait for the Magic Knight's entrance exam and try to find a way to meet her then. Having made up his mind, he wandered around the streets of the royal capital. After all, he had been living in the wild for several months and hadn't seen such a lively place in a long time. He planned to take a casual look around and then find a place to have a big meal. As Mika looked at the various strange and wonderful things on the streets of the royal capital, he remarked to himself that the people here were very simple and helpful. For instance, right in front of him, a middle-aged man saw that a silver-haired girl was having trouble and directly helped her pull money out of her pocket to pay. Just as Mika was watching this heartwarming scene, the tone suddenly shifted. After the middle-aged man got the money bag, he immediately cast wind magic and fled rapidly in Mika's direction. Holy crap, that's a foolish thief. The silver-haired girl realized her wallet had been stolen and immediately raised her hand to cast water arrow technique. However, not a single one of the girl's attacks hit the thief. Every time at the last moment, the magic's aim would veer off and hit something else. Watching this, Mika couldn't help but complain in his heart. This accuracy is more painful to watch than a rigged match. Seeing the thief about to pass by him, Mika reached out and knocked the thief to the ground with a single flame ball. Picking up the money bag from the ground, Mika handed it directly to the silver-haired girl who had run up to him. The silver-haired girl reached out to take her money bag and gave Mika a slight smile. Thank you for your help. I'm Noel. Just call me Cammy. It was only then that Mika noticed the girl he had helped on a whim was Noel. Since he was still a wanted man, Mika decided to lie and say his name was Cammy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gurgle. Mika rubbed his stomach sheepishly and looked at Noel with some embarrassment. Noel smiled and said to Mika readily, let's go, I'll treat you to something to eat as a way of saying thanks. Noel took Mika to a small shop she often frequented and ordered some food. After ordering, Noel noticed Mika staring at the target she had hit with her water arrow technique earlier. She couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. What are you looking at? So what if my mana control isn't great? My mana capacity is actually very high. Mika sensed it carefully and nodded seriously. It's indeed not low. The 5th realm level is excellent for this age group. I'm only at the 6th realm myself. Noel had always been criticized by her older brothers at home and lived a very suppressed life. Hearing Mika say she was excellent, she instinctively thought he was just being polite. But when Noel looked at Mika, she saw that despite his thick eyebrows, big eyes, and honest appearance, he was answering her very seriously. She couldn't help but want to believe he was telling the truth. Noel couldn't help but become curious about Mika. Cammy, you're probably not from the royal capital, so are you here for the Night Order entrance exam? It seems a bit early for that. Mika was silent for a moment, then looked at Noel and said, that's right, I'm here for the Night Order exam. As for why I'm here so early, it's because when I first left my town, I was attacked by a group of bandits. I only survived thanks to Marioleona's help. I heard on the way that Marioleona was injured a while ago, and I happened to have some healing potions, so I wanted to see if I could help. After saying this, Mika scratched the back of his head, looking bashful. Because he was currently wanted, Mika's explanation of his relationship with Marioleona was a mix of truth and lies. As a member of the royal family and Marioleona's cousin, Noel had indeed heard that Marioleona had gone out recently and had been injured. Noel didn't doubt Mika's words at all. Instead, she greatly admired his desire to repay a kindness. Mika paused and continued, I just went to the inner city a moment ago, thinking of visiting Marioleona to give her this potion and thank her in person. Unfortunately, Marioleona wasn't home, so I had to leave for the time being. Then, on my way back, I ran into you getting your coin purse stolen by that blind thief, and you know the rest. After hearing Mika's story, Noel took a sip of water. To show my gratitude, I can tell you some inside information about why Marioleona isn't home and about the Magic Knight's entrance exam. Mika was slightly stunned by Noel's words, then spoke up, that's great, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Just then, the food they ordered was served. Noel took a big bite, then slowed down and asked Mika, do you know Dea? Mika nodded. Dea, yeah, he knew him. A defeated opponent, though it seemed people had been hyping him up quite a bit lately. Seeing Mika nod, Noel didn't suspect anything. He's been in the spotlight recently. Everyone says he escaped death and killed a powerful enemy to break through from the 5th realm to the 4th realm. But the truth isn't like that, his life was actually spared by someone. Mika was taken aback. Holy crap, have I been exposed? Seeing Mika's stunned expression, Noel laughed. You're surprised too, right? I was shocked when I first heard it as well. It's said that the person who defeated him is also a young man who will likely participate in this Night Order exam. Mika picked up his water cup and took a sip, his expression full of doubt. How do you know about this? Noel smiled triumphantly. I heard it from the woman who returned with Dea. Also, that woman isn't training to advance, she was punished by Marioleona and forbidden from going out. Marioleona went out this time to find that boy. I heard he appeared nearby recently. I really want to meet him too. Noel realized she had lost her composure and quickly fixed her expression. Anyway, Marioleona won't be able to return to the royal capital for the time being, but she will be observing this Night Order exam. Also, regarding the Night Order exam, you should watch out for Dea and the person who defeated him. If you avoid them, you'll definitely pass the exam. After they finished talking, they chatted for a while longer before Noel hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, a month quickly passed. During that time, Mika went to the inner city again to look for Marolona, but she still hadn't returned. Mika could only continue to go by the name Kami. People taking part in the Magic Knight's entrance exam gathered in the royal capital from all over the Clover Kingdom. Mika had been hanging around the city gates, watching for when Asta and would arrive. Finally, on the day before the Night Order exam, Asta and finally arrived. From a distance, Mika could hear Asta's loud, raspy voice hollering. Due to Mika's wanted status and the upcoming Night Order exam, the number of guards in the royal capital had increased, and inspections had become stricter. Asta and followed the crowd and waited to be inspected by the guards at the city gate. Looking at the long line in front of him, Asta's excitement about reaching the royal capital was worn away by the wait. He turned to beside him. After half a year of special training, we've finally made it from Haji village to the royal capital. I wonder how Mika is doing. He's probably already waiting for us inside the capital. Before could reply, Asta's loud voice had already attracted the attention of the guards at the city gate. They had caught the keyword, Mika. As the guards slowly approached Asta and the others, noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere. Then, he saw Mika's wanted poster on the city wall. Broke into a cold sweat instantly. He didn't know what Mika had done to get wanted, but if he didn't think of something fast, the two of them wouldn't be able to get away today. Yuno's mind raced, and he slapped the back of Asta's head. What Mika? How many times have I told you? His name isn't Mika, it's Kami. Kami. Asta finally realized something was wrong and played along with When the guards came over and saw the two fooling around, they compared them to the wanted poster. Finding it wasn't Mika, they didn't question them further. Hearing Yuno's words at the city gate, Mika's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he gave a couple of awkward laughs. You're really something. Mika stood quietly at the city gate, watching Asta and pass before his eyes without stepping forward to reveal himself. The day his wanted poster was rescinded would be the time the Haji trio reunited. After the small interlude at the city gate, the long-awaited Magic Knight's entrance exam was finally about to begin. The citizens of the royal capital gathered excitedly outside an open-air circular plaza. This was the venue for the Magic Knight's exam. Examinees from all over the kingdom entered the plaza through a pedestrian passage formed naturally by the onlookers, ready to face the Night Order's assessment. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Asta was instantly swept up in the excitement, waving vigorously at the people around him like a hyperactive little monkey. Watched Asta's antics and instinctively quickened his pace, truly unwilling to admit that Asta was with him. It was too embarrassing. Trailing behind the two, Mika saw Asta's clowning and Yuno's hurried steps. He couldn't help but laugh, secretly glad he hadn't come with them. Asta's extreme extroversion was practically a social death sentence for Mika and Yuno. Just as Mika and the others were about to pass through the plaza gates, a commotion broke out behind them. Everyone turned to look. It was Dea, who had been gaining quite a reputation lately, also arriving for the exam. When the onlookers saw Dea, they went wild with excitement. Even the guards maintaining order were struggling to hold them back. With so many people here, I think Dea has the best chance. What do you mean, best chance? It's practically a done deal. Exactly. If you ask me, he should just join the Golden Dawn Magic Knights. The discussions rose and fell around him, but Dea remained deaf to the noise, continuing his walk toward the plaza gates. Of course, there were those who were out of the loop. Who is that? He's so popular. The people around looked at him as if he were a fool, and a kind middle-aged man among them explained, Dea isn't just anyone, though he doesn't have anything that's special about him. He only possessed the fifth realm when he received his grimoire. He only fought desperately when facing powerful enemies, saving his companions from peril. He only survived life and death trials to finally advance to the fourth realm level. And he only just turned 15 this year. With every sentence, the crowd's blood boiled a bit more, and the fervor in their eyes intensified. By the time he finished, everyone felt their blood racing, looking at Dea with burning admiration. Some bold young girls even flirtatiously winked at Dea, shouting, "Go for it, Dea. I'm willing to wait 3 years for you. This declaration made some of the young men nearby feel a bit jealous, and their gazes toward Dea held a hint of hostility and wariness. The noisy scene continued until Dea entered the plaza gates, only then gradually subsiding. Once all the examinees had entered the plaza, the onlookers slowly dispersed, and the bustling area outside the plaza grew quiet. At that moment, two men huddled together shiftily, seemingly discussing something. If Mika were there, he would surely recognize one as the owner of the magic tool shop and the other as that kind, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked around cautiously. Seeing no one watching, he whispered to the shop owner, I've built up all the hype exactly as you requested. Once Dea passes the exam, you have to pay me the rest of the balance. The owner patted his chest. Don't worry, brother. I definitely won't let you lose out. Inside the open-air circular plaza, the Magic Knight's exam venue. Influenced by the commotion outside, most of the examinees turned their attention toward Dea. Suddenly, a cry of surprise erupted from the registration desk. It turned out that when Yuno registered, his four-leaf clover grimoire stunned the staff, drawing everyone's eyes. The staff member, looking astonished, applied a magic mark to Yuno's four-leaf clover grimoire while asking about his background. Yuno, looking cold and aloof, answered simply, Haji village. Dea was already unhappy about Yuno stealing his thunder. Hearing the words, Haji village, only intensified his dislike for him. Initially, he had been quite happy about Mika being wanted, sending people every day to check for progress. However, the guard's failure to capture him had left Dea feeling very frustrated. Now that Dea had finally spent money to build up his own hype, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to steal his spotlight, especially someone from the same village as that fool Mika. Dea knew well that even though he had advanced to the fourth realm, he was still no match for Mika. But since Mika couldn't show up, he couldn't be blamed for taking his anger out on Mika's fellow villager. Yuno had no idea that because of Mika, he had already been inexplicably targeted by someone's grudge. Back at the registration desk, Mika also handed his grimoire to the registration desk. Encountering yet another four-leaf clover grimoire, the staff member was so excited he could barely speak. And, another four-leaf clover grimoire. Hearing the two four-leaf clover grimoires had appeared in a row, the morale of some examinees crumbled. If the plaza gates weren't already closed, some would have run away and skipped the exam entirely. When Yuno heard that another four-leaf clover grimoire had appeared, he immediately looked over. Seeing that the holder wasn't Mika, but a simple-looking youth with thick eyebrows and large eyes, he turned away in disappointment. The staff member calmed his emotions. Please wait a moment, I'll process your registration right away. May I ask your name? Kami. Mika clearly stated his alias. Hearing the name, Kami, Yuno recalled how he and Asta had impulsively lied at the city gate, claiming Mika was named Kami. He stared at Mika suspiciously but couldn't find anything unusual. Just as Yuno was about to look away, he saw Mika looking back at him with a faint smile. When he saw that smile, his heart skipped a beat. It was too similar, far too similar. To Yuno, the smile of this man calling himself Kami was exactly the same as the smile Mika had while feeling the breeze in the plaza after defeating Riichi at the Magic Tower. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.